All right, everyone, it's 6:30. I will call this meeting to order. First thing that we'd like to do, I want to welcome all the guests here. Approve the agenda.
I'd like to make 2 items to amend it. Item number 17, we correctly present that broadband to our broadband committee, and then the broadband committee submit that to the board. They've been doing the investigation, and that's been going on. And then item number 20, in fairness to all, if we could distribute the information or the per email items that are going to be discussed regarding director's conduct, just so we can be prepared, so there's no surprises in fairness to all to next month's meeting.
There were just several topics, and I think we were going to go ahead and policy 1, 2, the 2 points. I shared it with you earlier.
It's just general topics on the director's.
It is just general topics. I'll mention it as being general, but I do think it's important that we discuss it.
I just think it's surprising that some people knew about and some didn't. We all should know the policy, but I didn't want any surprises for fairness.
Okay, well, as I said, I don't even know if we have to go into specifically those 2 policies. However, I'm going to make some general comments because we have had some attendance issues in the past few months.
And then, is there still a broadband committee that should be presenting that to us?
Well, I believe, and I think I also mentioned it to you earlier, that I know that one of the internet providers has indicated to their customers that a lot of wireless customers are not going to be able to continue with internet at the same rate. So I think it was just going to be brought up, and then maybe where do we go from here? So it's just kind of open it up for discussion.
But with that, I think, and maybe I'm the only one left.
Sure. Well, I think there was just going to be some generalities discussed, but I'm not against the broadband.
Discussion this evening and then more investigation with the broadband committee? Or is
Is everyone good with that? I'd like to go ahead and interject at the very beginning, shortly after we approve the agenda, because I think you've all received an email from me, from an email that I received earlier in the week. I'd like to go ahead and talk about that right off the bat. Are you good with that? So I move a motion to approve the agenda. Dale, election, any second? The second to approve the agenda. Okay, say aye. All right. So prior to going into for your information, I wanted to make everyone aware that earlier in the week, I'd received an email that included a document from a lawyer regarding requests from Carl that have not been received. And so I think it's only fair to go ahead and go over a couple of those. I've got a few questions, Carl. I'm going to name those 3 items. There were 3 items that were specifically requested. One was the SBS 2021 contract, correct? We call the other one the Molly Institute. And then the last one, advisory committee. Is that basically what okay, so the contract, we've spent a lot of time on this, guys, and I'm very disappointed that we're going through it again, but I think it's important to do. So sometime in April, you picked up the contract. Okay. Subsequently, on 6/29, there was an email sent to all the board members. Did you not get that? Did everybody else get it? If I'm not mistaken, though, aren't they kind of one and the same? So you said it wasn't signed.
things that survey and ballot is different from what the proposal. So I would like to have information that survey and ballot actually implemented during the
But
election.
this was Carl's request.
Well, I'm the same thing. Implemented with the election.
The proposal is the exact same thing as the contract. They send you a proposal, you sign the proposal, and that's the contract. I don't know how else to give you guys anything more than the contract that we signed. I don't know what you want me to do. A contract's a contract. I mean, that's what was given to you all the very first time it was asked. Carl came in and picked up hard copies of all of them. The proposal is the signed contract. And just like S&BS said in the last meeting we had, you know, there are change orders to contracts. If it's not a material change order, none of the things that we brought up were material change orders that affected cost or process. And therefore, those are just things that we go forward with. So I don't know what you want me to give you besides what we signed into, which is that contract that you guys all got.
So what do we have with this? Because as I said, we spent a lot of time on this. Based upon what Brett just said, it's the same thing.
It's no different than any of our other contract proposals. They send you a proposal. It's a name on the document. They send it to you. It's a proposal. You sign it at the end. It's no different than any of our other ones.
Anyone has authority in
No, not at all. It's the budgetary process will cut, basically you go through the budget process. You know, you guys approve the budgetary dollars and the direction that we go. My managers implement those. So it depends on what it is of who signs into that contract. It just depends. I mean, Crystal may have contracts through NISC. Depends on what it is.
The second item, I'll call it the Molly report. Do we? Carl? Okay, so you do have a copy of it then based upon, well, you have to look at the email if you said you haven't found it, but it was sent out on 6/29. The Molly report. So back on the 12/4 of 19, I think I heard from Carl, you at some point that requested to see the document or the portion of the document that had your name on it. That was submitted to everybody. Everybody got that email? Okay, well, the point, at one point, there was something I think that was stated that mentioned that you wanted to see what your name was. But anyway, that was given to everybody on 12/4. On 12/5, we had the 2019 budget board meeting. And we convened, if I'm not mistaken, kind of an executive session. There were a few things that were said. The copy of the entire report was made available. You got a copy of it.
I was the only one that received it. but- And 11/12. Request to get that information. That is something that if it is a contractor, the contractor, that document should not be considered confidential. If it is confidential, the board should have voted on it, which
But you did get a copy.
you got well. I didn't get a copy of all the attachments, and I didn't get a copy of what was left in the break room.
So I can address that, Steve. The report you guys asked for, the reason it took some time to get the report out is because you're asking for a report that was a draft of a contractor. Was not a final report to us. It was never meant to be a final report to us. It was a draft. There was no attachments. It was a draft that was supposed to be materialized into a report with a bunch of attachments, right? So you were asking for something that I hadn't, and it was a draft from a contractor or from a contractor at that point. That's different.
All the employees out back.
Sure.
So if the employees Why was he stamped confidential?
Because at that point it went through legal.
Word determines confidential.
Not on necessarily everything.
On that one, especially since it talks negatively about me, talk negative about Carl and Suzanne, and it would also include Clay, how do you know? I believe that document should be made public with it. Not be considered. That it's not a standard. And all the attachments should be provided to all the directors. That's your definition of made public, Jeff, too. Well, it's gonna be, and the other part of that, I believe the other 5 directors all had the opportunity to read it. And the 3 of us didn't.
Well, I don't think that was the case. I think there's board members in here that haven't seen the document.
But we had the opportunity.
Well, everybody had that opportunity at that meeting. I mean,
When did I have the opportunity?
when you
to read it?
requested it. Are you used to talking about, that's the document we're talking about. You have had a copy of it. You have not read.
Why can't all directors get the same information at the same time? That happens. Why can't it happen?
I don't know of anything that hasn't. I don't know that it was ever kept secret. It got to the chairman. All I can tell you is it went to the chairman of the board. Chairman of the board was telling me what to do.
First time Steve said,
So this document was also intended on for management. This was a management document draft.
sparingly about directors.
I'm not, no, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I didn't write the document, guys. That's fair, but I did not write the document. Well, that was
Some employees have to stay before the director.
fair.
And then it took almost a month for the board of directors to get it after the employee read it on November 12th. I received it for December 6th.
It was 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago. What'd you say? Where is it? So let me back up. So in 2018, we did strategic planning. Out of strategic planning, we said we needed to do some communication with the members. There's a lot of misinformation out there, lots of misinformation. And we came together as a board and a management staff and said, this is one of our number 1 issues. So out of that, we got a initiative from the board on an off-site retreat saying, go do communication with our members. We got to get our members the right information because there was years and years of misinformation put out. So we were told by the board, go do this. So we went out and got a contractor for communications. That contractor came in and interviewed us. That contractor came in and interviewed you guys.
No, he did not.
I never talked to the lady. She negative about.
She gives a presentation on how to talk to the team.
That's what she considered an interview.
We should have been told.
Okay. Anyways, so we put together, we got this contractor. She put together what was meant for like a management draft of what her thoughts were. And then basically that got left out back. People got their hands on it. Somehow it got out. We were asked for all that information. Of course, it's a draft at this point. So I've got to go back to the vendor. We got the draft out to the chairman at the point in time. And then I don't know, probably what was it, a month later, we got the finalized product that we ended up implementing probably, I don't know, maybe 75% of it. Okay.
And on November 22nd, he expressed that the governing was responsibility. You stated it wasn't a bad thing for
I never stated that. I did not.
You said reform doesn't mean a bad thing. You said that.
And
Reform doesn't necessarily, not gonna argue with that. I argue with the fact that the lady. And then had the conclusions of what we need to do. I
Fair
agree,
enough.
reform could be a good thing.
Sure.
However, he never interviewed me individually.
Was there anything,
Telling her about individual board members.
But
That would be interesting.
technically she did talk to you.
No, we just said we were interviewing. We were-
that was her thoughts. And look, she's a communication expert.
No, I have athletic acronyms.
Sure, Facebook.
He did a presentation.
She knew from Facebook all.
He did a presentation.
Okay.
That was before the presentation.
I did not get on it.
Is there anything in that report that was inaccurate?
Yes.
What?
Listed me as a microactivist.
That's not true.
It's not true. I am very into this community. I love Decatur County. I love this community. I want all of our families to grow up with the same opportunities I have. And I have exposed a lot. Prior to being on the board and since I've been. I'm microactivist.
I don't know. I don't even know what microactivist is.
Approved it.
I didn't approve anything. This was a draft.
No.
I hadn't even seen it. It had draft on it. It was a complete draft. I'll show you the email. I can bring it up. It's a draft. It wasn't even a final report.
It should have been multiple requests to get a document. For the negative. Pro REMC member.
I don't-
That are asking questions. It was very adamant in that draft. You're calling it a draft. Who you wanted to be back for, Molly, is choosing who the director of this corporation are. I think the member owners should be determining who the directors are.
Are they not today? There's no elections?
There are elections, but there's a lot of questions around it. But my issue is sticking with the Molly McPherson report, Brett, and the statements you've made tonight, not being accurate.
I have not made any statements tonight that are not accurate.
It wasn't a bad thing, was it?
I did. I said reform.
I'm sorry about
Exactly. That's different than what you just said.
that.
Completely.
I don't think you said to the employees, that's what you said in the.
Reform isn't always a bad word.
So, just so everybody knows, you have me labeled microactivist,
I did not label you as a microactivist.
okay?
I did not write that report, nor did I approve that report, nor should that report that. I didn't have anything to do with that report.
On that report.
Mhm.
Told Carl.
I didn't say I didn't know what he was talking about. I said there wasn't a full report.
That's
Can I get that report?
Yes, you can.
with attachments, please.
There was no attachments. It was a draft that was a template that had attachments. When she made it final, she would have attached attachments.
So I got every bit of
You have every bit of it.
Oh, that.
Why didn't we
Because
know?
we knew
You were chairman at the
she
time.
was the communication person that came
You
in
had
to
this
help us.
conversation where she was training us?
By definition of interview, I mean, I'm conducting an interview now. I mean, in essence, as we're talking.
She saw all the things that were in the paper. I mean, we could go through, I've got an entire book full of all the things that were in the paper that I believe your name are on, Jeff.
I'm not denying part of the concerned members having a lot of questions.
Isn't that by definition a microactivist?
No. Brian was part of it.
All right, you will
I only
get,
met with you. I didn't meet with anybody else.
Correct.
Carl, you'll get the document. I don't know about the attachments. We'll have to figure out what. This is like, this is the attachments associated. But it was a document that Jeff got. Okay, third item had to do with the advisory committee. Carl, I'm going to ask you a question. Do you believe the chairman should follow the rules set forth in policy?
The chairman of the board should give every director the same information. That is,
Should they be set, but should the chairman follow the rules set policy? That's a general question.
Yes, it should.
Okay, yes, they should. Did Michael Braley's not ask you to supply him with a reason for your request?
I did because it's transparency. And in order transparency is that every director gets the information that every other director gets. That's transparency.
Board
I'd
policy,
like to know why it is such a secret for advisory.
Board Policy 116 is a board enacted policy that ensures an orderly and efficient use of staff time and resources in responding to requests for information from directors. The board has determined, so in Policy 116, the board has determined that a director should have a proper purpose that is germane to his or her standing as a director before requesting information from staff so that the board and staff can work together, have a proper dialogue and questions from directors.
And
So-
this is not to work together.
What is the relevance of you getting that document? I know Michael asked you many times.
Transparency. And he said that I was not germane, and I'd like to know who determines germane. Is it just one person? Is it the rest of the board, or is it?
Is the board currently active? The advisory board?
No. I don't even know the names on that were invited to the member, as they're all randomly picked. I have no idea what they are.
It's been disbanded.
No, nobody showed up.
No, the original group that was mailed out. I would like to know that was on the original group.
From Jeff or Carl, because we got the lead.
But I want the original ones that were mailed out to be invited to this committee. Original names.
Yeah, I could care less. It's up to the chairman. I don't know what they are. I don't.
See?
Do we have that available? I want to ask the rest of the board, is that relevant to his standing? Suzanne, you want to know those?
Everybody know that in case somebody that's out there that's on there.
I don't even know who's on.
I've had 3 individuals contact me that were contacted to be on the advisory committee, and I was truthful and said, I can't tell you what you're getting into because it hasn't been released to Carl.
I did do
I said, well, I can't believe you don't know. I'm like, you're right, I don't know.
I did do a report out to the entire board on right after the meeting, so it would have been in September. We went over the charter. We went over the 2 members that were there. We went over exactly what the invite said in the board meeting.
Is that the last meeting? Was that the last meeting?
One of the 2 members that was there was not on the original list of 20.
Yeah, he had called and asked to be on it.
Exactly. So what Carl is asking for and what I would like to see is the original list of 20 that were invited.
So what's the relevance there, then, Jeff? I mean, you just want to know who they are?
I believe as a board of director, if there's an advisory committee, yes, we should know who they are.
Do you know what the charter of the advisory committee is for?
It should be to support the board.
That's completely not what it
And
is.
why didn't the board approve that
It
then?
has absolutely nothing to do with the board whatsoever. An advisory committee meeting, which we went over the charter
No,
to be a champion.
Why can't the name be released?
I could care less if the names are released.
You know, a lot of this is just, why can't we provide information? Because if not, it causes secondhand thoughts that something's going on. I mean, that's back to the Molly McPherson again. I mean, just provide it when it's asked by a board unless there's something on there that is truly confidential that, or there's something on there that, I don't know. I don't know why it just can't be provided.
I'm not going to vote.
I guess that is, what purpose? So you just mentioned the reason it serves the REMC. I mean, it's,
so why is it so hard just to give it to us, Steve?
I think it was requested in that letter 3 times. I think Michael was just asking, we need this. His point was, is if you're going to use it for campaigning, it's probably not a
Transparency was one of them. And then the other thing, I was trying to figure out who determines germane.
the chairman.
is it relevant?
If the chairman would have said, release these names to somebody, I would have released them in seconds.
Well, then Steve, can you tell them to release them, please?
I will,
I'm completely fine with that.
let me make that determination. Okay. All right, again, folks, we've got to get this, we got to get through this. And, Larry, I'm sorry, we took so much of your time. Go forward. Carl, I guess you got other documents. Next, we have for your information, I hope everybody had the opportunity to look through items? Anybody have any questions for Brett?
I would really like to go back to the internal financial statements versus the 29 pages. I really prefer the 4 pages of financials without all the graphs. And I mean, you can keep the report with the graphs and put that in the, for your information. I'm old school. I print things out 29 pages versus 4.
So tell me again what,
They are, Jeff, if you go under information, those are the.
that's what you're.
I want that to go back to be the actual financials versus having to sort through 29 pages.
But you already have it here. Why do you need it in another form?
That's fine. I asked, and I guess it's being turned down, so.
But they're there. They're on the iPad right now. G, there's the balance sheet.
I get it. I think that should be what we should, pardon?
You're saying you want Matt to present based off of these pages instead of off of the graphs, is what you're saying?
Back to what we were. I mean, it used to be what? 6 to 8 pages versus 29 with the explanation of the departments? Again, if I'm the only one, I'll keep doing it.
Do not want the explanation of the departments.
Pardon?
Do you not want the explanation of the department?
No, we used to get that. That was all just on single pages, not.
I mean, when I print them off, they're all in single pages. I combine them. That was always done. I mean, I can put them however you want them.
I just think,
I mean, I do them individually, so I have to put them together. So if
And
you
if everybody-
prefer they be single, I can do them that.
if everybody else wants the graphs, I'm okay with it.
Okay.
Like I said, same thing. If you give it to us individually, it'd be great.
What do you got, Dale?
Well, I'm just, I think I'm confused. The 4 pages that I think, Jeff, you're referring to, you're not contesting that you're not getting them.
No. I just think that's a lot better to operate off of. Fewer pages.
Can you not do the review you want to do off of those 4 pages?
I can.
So if the other 26 or 29 pages is in addition to, you have the information you want, is that correct?
Yes, I have it. I just feel I have to go through 29 pages to make sure I'm reading everything that's being presented.
So it's not, and the G doesn't have everything that you want in the form that you want. On the form information G.
We used to have 6 to 8 pages to review, not 29 with all the graphs.
The G just has the.
Right.
When did we make that change?
It was when we had,
But I want to see what Jeff's referring to because I want to make sure I'm missing something.
And since there's so much on tonight's agenda, can we put that for next month to review? We leave it the same.
Leave it as is for next month and then
We'll talk about it then.
applications in.
So I don't think I understand what you're
I'm fine with that.
saying.
Any questions from, for your information?
I'm curious, yes. When I go, this is just for my information, when I go to the check registry and I'm looking here and I'm seeing some ticket items like the tree trimming, and I add up all the tree trimming, this is for July. I don't know if this was from the first of the year, and we're settling up now at the middle of the year, and then we're gonna settle up at the end.
it's a great question. So what we do, they lump it. So they'll go out, they'll do a bunch of tree trimming. And then when we get to the point where it's like, there's enough for the guys, because we don't pay any invoices until we go out and actually write it out. So we have Chris and Jim basically go out and verify. So they'll lump it. And it just depends on how much they get done, how much there is to go right out. They just kind of use their gut for that. But then they'll invoice us, that kicks us off to go out and write it out to approve it. So some of this may be last month's, could be the month.
I mean, almost $70,000 tree trimming.
Well, they didn't send us a bill for a couple of months too. And we weren't going to ask for,
Trying to find out.
we're going to go ask, hey, would you like to bill us?
I didn't know how this was, and the other thing, who audits these guys?
We do. I mean, so every single invoice we get, we have our 2 tree trimming guys go out and audit every line, every mile line they cut.
So is it do they get paid per mile or by the hour?
It's bid. Well, so there's bid work and then there's hot spotting work. So we have like, a member calls in and says, hey, I got a danger tree. Our girls up front will put in a ticket and then that gets fit to our hotspotting crew. That's hourly.
Okay.
All the bid work, so like the major mile lines we're doing, that's all bid out at the beginning of the year.
Okay.
So to answer that a little bit better, every mile line is different. So they don't really bid by mile line. They'll go out and actually ride that line out and count the trees above 6 inches and all that, and then they'll bid it in every year. So then what we'll do is they'll, once they get enough together, enough miles of line for us to go out and do, they'll go ahead and invoice us. And then that kicks our guys off back, because that's who approves the invoice at that point in time. They go out, they'll write it out, basically do an audit, but they'll write out every bit of it. And then they'll come in and say, it's good to go. They'll sign off the invoice and it gets paid.
The other thing I'm looking at is the advertising cost. I mean, I'm stumped on the whole advertising from a not-for-profit organization that has set customers. You're not trying to go out here and get new customers, but when we spend $2,900 on advertising with TRE and the paper, I'm stumped on why.
Great question.
Advertising for.
Advertisement should not be used. That's not an accurate word. What it really is donations and support. So it'll be like memberships. It'll be like all the stuff. We don't advertise because we don't have any customers to advertise to. They're all donations and community support. And those are approved by the budget. Not individually. It's like one big bucket that we basically approve for. And if you want, Clay, we can go back and I can kind of walk you through that part in the budget, exactly what it is. But advertisements is a word I probably ought to get rid of because it's not advertising.
It's not,
Community support, I would.
Yeah, they're all community support.
Clay, are you talking about like there's to athletic, the sponsorship? Is that what we're talking about?
No,
There's sponsors too, though.
no, I've seen like sponsorships here, but,
Yes, yeah, call.
you get to here. Okay, you got Indiana Media Group. Which page is it on?
Yeah, you get it.
All of a sudden it's $2,100, tick over that for a general ad. And I understand the meeting ad, you're letting folks know that's an ad that goes out there, but in the other general ad, I didn't know. And then, and I'm assuming TRE is getting folks out and letting them know about that particular, or is there something else?
So what page you on? Sorry.
I'll price the page number.
Start. Is there a page top there? I'm sorry. Gotcha. Page 4 is the one, the bottom of page 4. And then the other one was WTRE.
I think I'll go back and check and find out, Clay, but I believe those are all ads because it's linked in together. It's all stuff for our annual meeting. But I can find out exactly what those are. We have, there's a bylaw that requires us we have to disclose when our annual meeting is.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
I think that's what that is, but I'll find out.
Anyone have anything else?
That's all the questions I had on that.
Anything else for your information? All right, we'll go to the next item on the agenda. Member address.
Thank you. And thank you to the entire board for the opportunity to be heard this evening. I'm going to try to keep it short and sweet, and I'm going to leave when I'm done and let you have any questions, because I've got other things that I need to take care of this evening. But I don't want you to take that as a sign of disinterest in what's going on with the ROC. So I just wanted to say that up front when I leave. It's not because of some animosity or anything. It's just because, there's life outside of here and I've got things to take care of. I also want to let you know that I'm here as a member owner. I'm not here as part of any group. I'm not here against any group. I'm here on my own, okay? Just me. I wanted to talk about three things: election procedure, transparency, and the future of the co-op. And based on the conversation I've heard this evening, I have one other question or thing I'm going to add to that. But had I not said that, you'd never know. But to be quite upfront with you, I want you to know that it didn't come ahead of time. It came based on what I just heard. So to start off with the election procedure, I'm not here to talk about the 2021 elections. I have no dog in that race. As far as I'm concerned, it's done. If it's not done, that's all up to you and the credentials committee and whoever else. I want to look forward, but some of the things I'm going to say are based on history, and I want to give you a little background of that. First of all, I'm from an REMC family, and by what I mean is not that I have family who work here or have ever worked here, but I grew up in a household where our electricity was provided by REMC. I've always lived in rural Decatur County. I still live in rural Decatur County, and I'm now an REMC member with my own household and my own family. So I've gone to the annual meetings, one of them at the high school, and now with the transition. Okay, so I've been through this, through that whole gamut. Even when it was the one night voting at the high school, it bothered me that if you didn't have your button seat, you couldn't vote. You didn't count. That bothered me then. And now we're in a different situation, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. I had no idea at that point the nominating committee was counting votes. I knew they were involved, of course. I thought their job was to nominate, and that's about as much as I gave it. I knew there was an attorney staff, and I assumed, I think wrongly, based on what I've learned in the past month from watching a lot of videos on y'all's website, that that was not the case. But I thought it was an unbiased third party, completely separate from the nominating committee that's counting those ballots. And I quite frankly think it's bad practice to have people who are nominating also counting the ballots. I get, especially in the auditorium where they needed assistance to gather them and get them to somebody to count, because that's how we were doing it. I just think that's bad practice. I had no idea what was going on with the REMC, and that's my bad, until that July 28th meeting. I don't remember if I saw it on the website or if I got an email to the member saying there was going to be a special meeting, and I wanted to know what it was about, so I came. I had no idea what was going on before that meeting. Since then, I've gone back and I've watched the past board meetings for this past year, and the CEC, there was a CEC meeting video. I watched that as well. Just to be perfectly honest with you, I heard a lot. I heard a lot about the nominating committee and what that committee wanted and what that committee needed and what had happened in the past and what needed to happen or what should happen go forward. What I didn't hear as much of was about the members and what the members wanted and what the members needed. And quite frankly, as a member, that upset me. That upset me quite a bit. I don't know if you can tell or not, since you don't know me and I'm in nobody's circle of influence. I'm still a little upset how one committee could be more important than the other 6,400 and whatever member owners. But like I said from the beginning, I want to work on going forward, because there's nothing to do but go forward. I get up every day with the hope that it's going to be a good day. And if it's not, I go to bed with the hopes that the next morning is going to be a good day. That's just how I roll. So going forward, these are my opinions. These are my things that I would like you to keep in mind. You do with them what you will, because I'm not a director. You guys are. Less focus on the nominating committee and more focus on the entire membership. That's what I'd like to see. I think you need to keep the multiple avenues voting and early voting, so more people have the opportunity to put their 2 cents worth in. I kind of like to think that's what the whole democratic process and the way we want our directors and nominating committee members to be elected is all about. I think you need to keep tabulation and the certification outside of this community. I don't care if it's with this SBS company or some other accredited company, but I kind of like the idea that there is no local influence. There is no possibility for local influence. And as far as I heard some discussion on one of the videos about counting votes or votes that arrived after the deadline. If they're after the deadline, they're after the deadline. When I have a bill and my creditor wants me to pay that bill by X date, there's one of two things happen. Either I lose service, I'm disconnected, I'm turned off the internet or whatever, or there's a fee. When it comes to voting for folks, there is no fee that you can assess out of that. So if you think that the mail's not the way to do it electronically, do it one of the other ways. And that again is why I think that there needs to be multiple ways to do this. And I want to say, I think we went from 400 votes to 1,500 plus votes. I don't have the exact numbers. I don't need the exact numbers. What I can see is a trend that we're headed in more members being involved. I want to say, I think that's great. I think that's absolutely wonderful. But that leaves about 75+% of the members who couldn't be bothered to click a button, to fill out a ballot, to mail it in, to do whatever process it was. 75+% of the members couldn't be bothered. That to me is a problem, and that to me shows potential. Not to say it's bad where it is, because we've made improvements in my opinion, but to say we still have a long way to go and we have great potential out there. So let's get to addressing that potential, please. Now, as far as transparency, I want to thank the board for this too. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I appreciate that we have open meetings and that the videos are posted. For example, there's going to be a video tonight. I can't stay to see the whole meeting, but I have the opportunity as a member to go on and watch that later. I appreciate that. I think that's good. I think we need to do that if there are other committees or things going on. That let's do that too, or if there are minutes being taken of those, let's get those out there. Let's see transparency across the board. So I think the board is leading by example in this. If there are other layers that aren't executive, where it's litigation or personnel or sensitive things like that, and I do respect and understand that sometimes there are times when it's not appropriate to have it out there, okay? But when that's not the case, let's put it out there. Future of the cooperative. Again, I think there's great potential here, and I think we're missing it right now. And I think that's a big problem, and it's a big problem that needs to be addressed. Increase the member participation, including but not limited to the annual meetings and the voting. I think that's one measure, that's one metric, but I think there are probably others. Think about ways to improve service reliability, but in a fiscally responsible way. We could all have great internet and great electricity if we just took down all the poles and put up all new poles and all new lines. That's not fiscally responsible. So how can we continue to have service, good service, and make it better, but still be fiscally responsible? Because we still want to be here in, 50 years, 100 years, however long it needs to be. Consider each of your districts. And one of you, I live in your district. Consider what's going on in your districts and help the staff, and the staff help you understand what's going on in those respective districts. If you kind of break this whole coverage down into a small piece of pie, then maybe we can have some go forward plans. And I'll give you an example, and I added to that. How can the RMC build relationship, expand membership, and reduce costs in your specific area? I'll give you an example. In my area, I live in a rural area. I live in an unincorporated residential district. That's a cluster of houses that's not agriculture, but it's also not in any township, or it's not in any municipality, okay? It's not in Greensburg. It's not in Millhouse. It's not in Westport, but there's a cluster of houses there. You know what they're doing right now? They're trimming trees. They're actually cutting trees in my area. And it'll probably be next year before they all get finished. That's another story. Maybe those trees wouldn't have grown or wouldn't have been as overgrown and added expense to the REMC if there were people living on some of those lots and living in some of those houses. Maybe we could have more membership by having those lots filled instead of having acreage taken up for new houses. Is there a way, and I don't know the answer to this, it's a rhetorical question, is there a way that the RMC can partner with people to realize where those areas are, to where you have a small hookup, you don't have line extensions, you don't have major expense, we're not talking tens of thousands of dollars to get a new member, we're talking in filling in the spaces that already exist. That's just an example in my neighborhood. I don't know everybody's districts, and I know not all the districts are in Decatur County. So what's going on in your district? Are there opportunities? I just, something I want you guys to think about. Also, what other educational programs, particularly electric or energy related, would benefit your area? Because if they benefit your area, they might benefit the whole entire RMC or other areas in the district. And I don't know what those education programs might be. They might be in schools. They might be for adults. They might be with over at the extension office, the home ec groups and other groups like that. What can we do proactively to get out there? And also realize you guys have multiple constituents, okay? Each other are your own constituents. I don't know when the last time we had a board retreat was, but based on what I've seen in the videos, it wouldn't hurt to have another one because I see things like, I have no problem with board members being in disagreement. I think it's quite good to have discussion. But when we can't get moving forward because of it, maybe we need to take a step back, have a retreat, and see where we can at least find some common ground that we all agree on. Put up some procedures so that everybody's getting information by a certain time. And if not, then there is an issue and there is where do we go? What's our next step? Also, members, and all members, not any one committee. You know, like I really felt like I didn't count. After spending this last month watching the videos, these board meetings for the last year, I felt like I, as a member, did not count. And I don't think that's right. I really don't think that's right. But that's really how I felt. It made me kind of a little bit sick and upset about it. I also think that one of the constituents of the board is the staff. The director, but all of the staff. The staff needs to work with you. You need to work with them. And it seems like you've got a little dysfunction going on there too. I don't know how to fix it. I don't know how deep it runs, but I think there's something that needs to be taken care of there. If the staff is taken care of, the staff will take care of us members. They will go a long way. We will feel comfortable. And I've never had a problem getting help. I have no problem with any of the staff members that I've talked to. When I said, hey, how do I get in front of the board? I got that information. I just think it's really important that you consider that. And one thing that I saw in one of the videos that upset me, well, actually, it made me pretty happy, and then it upset me a hot second later, was when it was suggested that we survey the membership. And there was a statement akin to, and this is not a quote, but akin to, I'm not opposed to that, but what's the purpose? The purpose is because we're member owners. Shouldn't we have a say? Shouldn't you be asking us? What I didn't hear, and I actually, when I heard that suggestion, I was like, yes, thank you, that's great. I was at home in my office, yes, that's great. And then followed immediately by, well, what's the purpose of that? And again, the purpose, I think, is to find out what your membership thinks. If you divide the 6,500 members by the 8 board members that we have, that's a lot of people. You can't go door to door and talk to all those people. Survey's the next best thing, and those people aren't going to come to you. There's going to be kind of a combination. So that's all I have. That's what's on my mind. As a member, as an individual, as part of this cooperative, I see a lot of great potential. I see a lot of ways we can go forward. It's not that it's bad where we are, but can we get to the next level? That's all I've got. If you guys have any questions, I'll be glad to talk to you. You don't want to talk to me now. If you don't have questions now, you got something later, I'm sure we can make a connection. But thank you for your time. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thanks for getting involved. Anyone have any questions?
Jennifer, I do have a question.
Sure.
Regarding the survey, when you said what will, do you remember what the issue was that when we were talking about a survey and then the comment that upset you, what topic was it regarding?
I'm not 100% sure. My guess is it was about the 2021 election and or about elections going forward in the election procedure. I can't say that's 100% sure, but there was a lot of that discussion in the videos that I saw over the past year, so I'm gonna jump to the conclusion that it was about that.
Thank you very much, Jennifer.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
All right, next on the agenda, we have an education piece with Larry Feldner. For those of you that have not met Larry Feldner, Larry has worked on our cost of service study in the past.
I get you up. All right, so I'll introduce Larry Feltner. Larry works for the Prime Group. Larry's helped us out as far as some of our past cost of service studies. He's also provides training. We, as everyone know, are going to go through a cost of service study in 2022. It's a pretty in-depth process, so we thought we would do training now, and then we'll also have training again probably before our results in 2022. So again, Larry's, I don't know if you want another introduction or not, but
It's fine.
I will let him take off. Take it away.
Okay. I'm gonna try to do this from here,
Okay.
because it seems like when the room's kind of full, no matter where I stand, I block somebody's views. I'm gonna try to do it from here, and then if I have to get up occasionally to point out things, I'll get up. But I'm gonna kind of take you through at a high level, the general rate making process that you go through when you change rates. You do a cost of service study, you do or determine revenue requirement. Revenue requirement means how much money does the borrower need. And then you design rates to get that amount of money. I mean, that's basically the process in a nutshell. And I want to take you through a couple of key terms so that we're all on the same page as I talk about some of these concepts. Many of you may already understand them, but just to make sure that there's, not somebody who doesn't, I like to go through them. But the concept of energy versus demand, or kilowatt hours versus KW. And it comes into play a lot in cost of service studies, because how we recover cost and how we allocate costs for things like line transformers, conductor, that kind of stuff, is based on demand, because that's a capacity that you have to install on the system to serve the load. Whereas energy, the amount of kilowatt hours you flow through, really has nothing to do with the size of the transformer, the size of the conductor, that kind of thing. So it's important to understand the difference. So KW, or demand, is the measure of load over a short period of time. And usually, in most cases, they're measuring over 15 minutes. In other words, the demand rate is typically measured over 15 minutes. There are some exceptions to that. If in the state where I'm from, Kentucky, Kentucky Utilities has a smelter, North American Stainless, that is a massive load. It's 200 megawatts, which is a huge, huge load. And it's an arc furnace. The arc furnace fluctuates its load so rapidly up and down, they actually measure it over 5 minutes in order to get a more accurate representation of the capacity that they had to install in order to meet that load. So that's the purpose of KW, or demand, is to try to reflect the capacity that the utility had to install in order to serve the load. Kilowatt hours is how much energy you're pushing through over time. So kilowatt hours, the hour, the H on the end, means over an hour, how much energy am I pushing through? So as an example, if you had a 1,000-watt light bulb, it would pull 1 kW, or 1,000 watts of demand. So if you measured that over 15 minutes, it would be 1 kW. If you left it on for an hour, it would use 1,000 watt hours, or 1 kilowatt hour of electricity. So that's kind of the distinction between the two. One is a reflection of capacity. The other is just a reflection of usage over time. Okay, load factor and coincidence factor. And these two calculations tell you a lot about what it costs to serve a customer or a member on the system. Load factor is a measure of how much of the installed capacity a member uses. So if I use 100 kW, so you install capacity to meet my 100 kW. If on average I use 50, I'm a 50% load factor, meaning I'm only using half of that capacity on average, okay? The lower the load factor, in other words, the less of the capacity installed to serve your maximum load that you use on average, the more expensive per unit you are to serve. The higher your load factor, in other words, if I'm using 90% of that capacity on average, I'm less expensive per unit to serve. Coincidence factor is a similar kind of measure, but it's looking at how much a member contributes to the purchase power demand that Hoosier bills the cooperative. So you buy power from Hoosier Energy, they have a demand charge. To the extent that you contribute to that Hoosier demand that gets billed to Decatur County, you're creating costs for Decatur County. So the coincidence factor measures how much of your maximum demand actually hits that Hoosier demand. So if all of your demand hits it, you're 100% coincident. If 50% of it hits it, you're 50% coincident, okay? So the higher the coincidence factor, the more costs are being incurred on a member's behalf. The lower the coincidence factor, the less costs that are being incurred on the member's behalf. So if you look at those two factors together, the most expensive member to serve on your system is somebody with a low load factor and a high coincidence factor. The least expensive member to serve on your system is somebody with a relatively high load factor, but happens to avoid the Hoosier peaks and has a low coincidence factor. Okay, so those two items tells you a whole lot about costs and cost causation on the system. And I want to say this too. If you have any questions, I'm kind of hitting everything at a high level, but if you have any questions or you want to drill down and talk about something in more depth, please just stop me or, raise your hand or speak up, whatever you want to do, because we'll stop. I think it's better to talk about it while we're discussing it as opposed to waiting to the end. Yes.
So the amount that you have on reserve, so to speak, to service the members, is that a fluctuating number that comes through Hoosier Energy, or is that a stored number that's there? Because then if you add a new member, does it all have to change again, or is that already available?
Well, Hoosier has exit. Okay, are you talking about the purchase power side of it? The coincidence?
See, if you add new members, do we have already X amount of power stored or available for new membership?
Hoosier does.
But RMC doesn't.
Yeah, RMC doesn't generate. Okay, so if you're talking about the actual power itself.
But the amount of power available to the RMC, Decatur County.
Right, comes from Hoosier.
And
Hoosier.
has X amount of power available to us, even though we ain't got there yet.
Yes.
That's what we-
Yes, every generation and transmission or investor-owned utility, anybody who generates power has to have X amount of reserve. Okay.
That's what I'm trying to figure, out. Where they're at. Do you know what that percentage is? How much reserve?
I don't know what Hoosiers is exactly, but typically it's at least like 12 to 15%.
Over their
Yes,
existing, whatever they're putting out.
yes,
They could put out 12 to 15% more at
yes.
any given time.
Yeah, and Hoosiers may be more. I don't know exactly what Hoosiers is. Anything else? Okay. So this is just a quick example of how load factor can affect cost per kilowatt hour. So in this example, does it have a pointer on it? Oops.
Yeah, in the middle.
right here,
Okay.
that one right there. I don't know if it'll show up on the screen. Yeah,
Okay, so all we've done in this example is create 3 customers with different load factors, 10%, 50%, and 100%. They all require the same facilities because they all have the same demands that the cooperative has to meet. So in theory, we've installed the same line and transformer capacity to serve each load. But because of the load factor, they use different amounts of kilowatt hours. In other words, they're utilizing that capacity at different rates. So the capacity costs are the same, but because they use different amounts of kilowatt hours because of the load factor differences, the unit costs of that capacity is significantly different. As you can see, 100% load factor load is about 6.4 cents, whereas a 10% load factor load is about 18.7 cents. So that's the dramatic effect that load factor can have on delivered cost to serve a member.
I'm trying something here real quick. My slides aren't advancing online, so 1 second. So
Okay,
Customer A turns on all their lights at once and then shuts them off. Customer B turns them all on and leaves them on half the day, and customer C leaves them on all
Yeah.
day.
or you can have something like, let's say, a car crushing operation. They will not crush until they have enough junk car inventory to crush. So maybe one day a month or something, they crush cars, demand shoots up. And then the rest of the month, there's no crushing going on, so the load drops way off. So it can be process related, it can, all kinds of things can cause load factor differences.
I would like, so to put it in perspective, customer A is like a grain bin, right? Customer C is like an industrial, it's run three shifts. Customer B could be possibly residential.
So does their cost then average for the month because they have a high demand and a really low cost one day? And then the other 30 days, they got a lower demand and raise the cost. So then is the total, the cost of energy when they were maxing it out, which was really low, is that all averaged and that's what the bill is for the person or?
Yeah, the way rates work is, so let's talk about rate classes. So we break customers into rate classes. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to get members in those classes that look alike, that have similar load characteristics, because the rate itself is based on the average load characteristic in that class. So if you've got a lot of diversity to where, you've got some that look like A, some that look like B, some that look like C, the average is not going to do a very good job. It may bill fairly accurately for customer B, but for A and C, it's going to underbill or overbill. So what we try to do is create rate categories to get members that have similar load characteristics together so that rate average that we're applying fits the load characteristics in the class and fits most of the people in the class. So I don't know if that completely answers your question or not, but.
Sort of.
Okay.
You class them in different classes.
Right.
So the fact that the car crushing place peaks out one day and would have a very low energy cost. The rest of the days, his cost is going to be higher. So you're going to put him in the class with anybody else that does that same scenario.
Right. We're trying to get load factors and coincidence factors that are similar in those classes.
But the question was then if they do that their rate is based on their class, not their actual usage.
Right. The rate is based on their class. And let me explain that in a little more detail, because we're getting in a little deeper. Okay. So there's different kinds of rates. Okay. The single phase rate here is what's called a two-part rate. In other words, it's a customer charge and a kilowatt hour charge. And that's it. Okay. A kilowatt hour charge cannot distinguish between your load factor and your load factor, or your coincidence factor and your coincidence factor. So everybody gets billed the class average load factor and the class average coincidence factor. So if you're better or worse, you're either going to be advantaged or disadvantaged based on what your real costs are. Okay. As you move up to what's called a three-part rate, which adds a demand charge, the demand charge can adapt to load factor differences, but not coincidence factor differences. So you get a little bit of an improvement in the sense that a demand charge can tell the difference between your load factor and your load factor, and it'll bill you differently, even though it's the same rate. Okay, so your cost per kilowatt hour may be higher or lower than your cost per kilowatt hour because your load factor is better. Okay, if you move up to what's called a four-part rate, where there's two demand charges, that's one for distribution capacity, one for Hoosier's purchase power costs, that rate can tell the difference between your load factor and your load factor and your coincidence factor and your coincidence factor. So it will bill you differently based on both things. So you'll get a higher or lower rate per kilowatt hour than you will based on both your load factor differences and your coincidence factor differences. So it depends on how sophisticated the rate is. Okay.
So give me an example, if you could, who would be, well, the normal consumers in the bottom, right?
Right.
Who would be the next one and then the next one?
Okay. Typically, historically, your residential, small commercial group was two-part rates. And that's, like I said, not because the rate design is good, but the reason that they're traditionally billed that way is watt-hour meters, which is all you need to build those, were much less expensive than demand meters that you had to have to bill a demand rate. Okay. Now that's changing because of AMI metering systems. Okay. So it's making billing demand rates much more cost competitive than it used to be with billing just two-part energy rates. Okay. So historically, that's who got the two-part one. As you moved up to medium-sized and larger type loads, they were three-part rates. And then the really large loads on your system was like four-part rates. Okay, so somebody like a Honda or somebody like that would be like a four-part rate. Now, what you're seeing today because of AMI systems,
Explain that to me if you don't mind. AMI.
automated
Meter reading. It's
Yeah.
the,
So it's all done, like nobody's down there anymore.
Right, and those meters have the capability to measure and record demands that watt-hour meters didn't have. Okay, so because those are starting to proliferate and a lot of systems are installing them, what you're seeing now is they're expanding the members who are billed under demand rates. So they're lowering those thresholds. And a lot of our clients now have optional residential demand. And the purpose behind that is so that the cooperative can get used to how to communicate the concept of a demand to members who've never seen it. In other words, we're not forcing you to be billed on it, but if you want to go over there and experiment and see what your bill looks like on a demand rate, a lot of our clients have done that so that they can get used to communicating it. Because I think what's going to happen in the industry as a whole is, it may take 10 years. I don't know how long it's going to take, but I think eventually everyone will be billed on some type of a demand rate. Okay. So if we go to coincidence factor, same kind of example here. They're all 100 kW, but now we're calculating how much of that 100 hits Hoosier's billing demand. So in the first one, they're a low coincidence factor. In the last one, they're a very high coincidence factor at 100%. And you can see how it affects delivered cost. So the higher the coincidence factor, the higher the delivered cost per kilowatt hour. Okay, so let's talk about how cost of service studies are put together. Typically, you look at a recent 12-month historical period, and then you make pro forma adjustments to that year to bring your costs up to the year where you're going to put rates into effect. So what you're trying to do is create a representative year when you put rates into effect that you're going to base rates off of, okay? On rare occasions, you will see even what's called a forecasted test year, but that requires basically every RUS account to be forecasted. So it's a very in-depth, involved process, and very, very few cooperatives actually do that. So what a cost of service study does, it allocates all of those accounting costs to each member as fairly as possible based on their usage characteristics. So that's where load factor, coincidence factor comes into play. And the purpose of a cost of service study, in other words, why they were created to begin with, they come out of regulated environments. So they were created by utility commissioners as a fair and equity tool. So the purpose of the study is to try to determine, what classes are receiving subsidies, what classes are paying subsidies, and how we can design rates that are more fair and equitable to each member that pays them. That's the whole point of it. And, kind of a good way to think about it is if a member causes the utility to incur a cost, they should pay those costs through the rate that they pay. In other words, we're not going to ask one person to pay another person's cost. The rate hopefully is designed well enough that the costs you incur, you pay through the rate, and the costs your neighbor incurs, they pay through the rate. So we don't get, one person paying another person's cost. That's the ultimate goal of what we're trying to accomplish. So the study tells us a lot of good things. It tells us if the revenue generated by a class is covering the cost of providing service. It tells us any subsidies that might be going on within a class and between classes. And it also tells us what each component of the rate should look like. In other words, it tells us how high the customer charge should be. It tells us what the demand charge should be. It tells us what the energy charge should be. So it has a lot of detail that we can pull out of a cost of service study to get information that we need to design rates in a fair and equitable way. And in a nutshell, a cost of service study looks like this. So, the cooperative will send us all of their accounting data. So I'll have a full year of all of the cooperative's costs. And the first step that we go through is called functional assignment. And what we do is we organize those costs by what type of cost is it? In other words, is it a purchase power cost? Is it line transformers? Is it secondary conductor? Is it primary conductor? Is it meter reading and billing? In other words, we'll have a bunch of categories and we'll sort all the costs into those categories, okay? So we end up with the costs organized by what kind of cost it is. The second step then is to classify those costs as to why are we spending the money? In other words, are we spending the money because that cost is driven by demand? Are we spending the money because it's driven by energy? Or are we spending the money because it's driven by the number of customers? In other words, meter reading and billing, for example, is driven by the number of customers or the number of meters you have to read and bill, okay? Hoosier's purchase power demand cost is driven by how much demand the members are placing at that Hoosier measuring point, okay? Hoosier's kilowatt hour costs are driven by how much energy. So how many kilowatt hours are you buying, okay? So that classification section is further organizing the accounting data by what's causing us to spend the dollars. Okay, so we end up with all the accounting costs organized by what kind of cost is it, what's driving it on the system. Okay? And then that gives us a logical way then to allocate those costs to each rate schedule or each class of service. So if it's a customer related cost, we're going to allocate it on some form of the customer count. If it's a energy related cost, we're going to allocate it on the number of kilowatt hours that you buy. If it's a demand related cost, we're going to allocate it depending upon what type of demand it is. And I'm going to get into that here shortly. So if you look at customer costs and costs that typically show up in the customer charge, they include what's called the grid access cost, meter reading and billing, customer service, an allocation of A&G expenses, the meter, the service drop, and an allocation of general plan. That's typically what's in that customer charge. And those costs get allocated to each class based on the number of customers in the class.
From Hoosier.
No, those are our costs. Those are Decatur's costs. So in other words,
Allocation of AG.
yeah, administrative and general. Okay. And all of that is Decatur cost. Okay, that's staff. And of course, the meter's not staff, the service drop is not staff.
Cost of the building here.
General plan is the building, all the trucks, all the, stores, all that kind of stuff that is waiting to serve the system when it's needed.
When you collect the bills and you place X dollars into each category here, where is the category for the leftover? What is the category for the over and above what you collect versus what you spend?
The margin? Okay, the margin is built into, depending upon the rate design. In other words, we're going to get into 2-part, 3-part, 4-part rates. But typically it's built into every component. So the customer charge will have a margin adder, the demand charge will have a margin adder. The energy charge, if it's just purchase power cost, won't have it. But if it's got other stuff in it, it'll have a margin adder. Okay. And we'll talk about margin a little bit further on, because keep in mind that it's a nonprofit. So margin is not margin the way you typically think of it. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Can I, if you would go back, can I safely make is it synonymous to say that, for instance, allocation of A&G and allocation of the general plan is synonymous with overhead?
Yes.
So it's the cost of us operating this business that we can't directly classify to
Right.
whatever,
Right. In other words, they're being spread over all the categories.
based on some statistical.
Yes, you're exactly right. And minimum system, I don't want to get in, because we'll get really into the, the dirt here, which is deeper than we need to go. But minimum system, the way, there's an organization called NARUC, which is the National Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners. And it's the 50 state regulatory commissioners, okay? They publish a document that discusses best practices for electric cost allocation in the United States. Okay, so it's their opinion on, based on what we see when we regulate utilities, this is what we believe are the best practices, the industry standard practices in the United States. Okay. One of those industry standard practices says that there's a portion of the distribution system that's customer related. Okay. And the best example I can give you how to think about that is underground conductor. Okay. So when we install underground conductor, they'll trench for the underground conductor. The cost of the trench doesn't vary with the size or the capacity of the conductor they drop in the hole. The trench cost has more to do with how far they have to trench to get from where the system ends at this member to where they've got to take it to pick up service for the next member. So that would be a customer-related cost that has to do with the system itself, okay? That's what that minimum system is trying to capture, is that customer-related piece that's in your system that's not related to the capacity of the wires and transformers.
That's built into it.
Yeah. So the demand charge, okay, if it's a 3-part rate or a 3 and a 4-part rate, the demand charge is going to have purchase power demand costs, transmission costs, substation costs, primary distribution costs, less that grid access piece, secondary distribution costs, less the grid access piece, and an allocation of A&G and an allocation of general plan. Okay, so these are all capacity related costs. In other words, how large of wire, how large of transformer did I have to install in order to serve the load? Okay.
So this is if you're 3-phase versus single phase, takes more wires and stuff.
Takes more, right,
For a
right.
3-phase than it does for single
Right.
phase.
So that's going to vary when we talk about load factor. That stuff is being allocated based on demand. In other words, what is my load? How much capacity did my load require the cooperative to install in order to serve me? Okay, so that's what that is. And there's 3 different allocators for that. So coincident peak demand, which is Hoosier's demand. In other words, when we buy power from Hoosier, they bill us a demand charge, okay? And that demand charge is allocated to each class based on how much that class contributes to those demands. So we're matching what the class caused us to incur with how we allocate it, okay? Yeah.
You know that demand, single phase?
Yes, with interval data, we will know it forever. Okay, without interval data. Okay. So there's 2 things going on in the industry right now. Okay. If you have AMI, you've got interval data for every member on your system. So I know what you're doing. I can look and I can know what you're doing at any hour of the year or sometimes 15 minutes. Okay. So I can look at when Hoosier peaks and I can look at what you did during that hour and I can say you contributed X amount to those costs.
Do we have AMI for single phase?
Yeah.
Everybody's got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so now for systems who don't have AMI, what we do as a consulting group is I will use borrowed data. So I will take as close by and as similar system as I can find where I've got AMI data. And I will take that load shape and I will impose it upon the class on the system that doesn't have it. Okay.
Our last cost of service day was the first time that we used AMI interval
Yeah,
data
first time you had it. First time you
for
had it.
class.
So substation and primary, we use what's called a class peak demand. In other words, single phase class, their highest demand as a whole class. That's what we use to allocate those costs. Secondary conductor and line transformers. The secondary and line transformers are the facilities that are close to your houses and close to your businesses. Okay, so primary and substations are the stuff that's distributing the bulk power out to you, and then it gets on the secondary system and distributes it individually to your houses and places of business. Okay, we use there a individual member maximum demand to allocate those. Okay, so the theory is the neighbor theory is as you get close to the member, those assets are sized. In other words, think of the engineering folks who figure out what we're going to put out there. It's sized to meet your local demand. So we're going to allocate it on your local demand. As you get back to substation and primary, they're sized, because it's a bulk power system, they're sized to meet the aggregated load. So we use an aggregate demand in order to allocate the cost, the class demand. Okay. Now, let's talk about purchase power, because Hoosier's rate design has some oddities to it that creates confusion for a lot of people. So I thought it would be worth our time to kind of go through how Hoosier builds things so that it makes more sense. Because I get more questions about Hoosier's rate design than I do almost any other G&T. It's a good rate design. I'm not disparaging it. It's a good rate design, but the way it's structured, it creates confusion. Okay. So this is straight out of Hoosier's tariff sheet. Okay, so this describes in the summer months how they're going to build the demand. So for the months June through August, so June, July, and August, the summer coincident demand at each member cooperative, and Decatur County is one of those member cooperatives. Each member cooperative delivery point in the month of billing shall be the delivery point's clock hour demand that is coincident with Hoosier Energy system peak demand, occurring during load control periods within the on-peak demand period defined as between 7 a.m. and 11 p.m. Okay, so in June, July, and August, they take Decatur's June demand that's coincident with their June demand, and they apply a charge to it. They do the same thing in July, they do the same thing in August.
And coincident is when they're at their maximum.
Right.
That's where we're.
During load control periods. So they're running high and they're having to control loads. Okay. Now, September, October, and November. So for the months of September through November, summer coincident demand is the average of the summer coincident demands for the preceding months of June through August. Okay, so in September, October, November, they're billing you again for June, July, and August. In other words, what Decatur runs in September, October, November has zero impact on your demand costs from Hoosier. They don't build those. Okay. So you're getting billed the summer again in September, October, and November.
What is that now?
The reason they do that is Hoosier peaks, their system peak loads are in the winter and in the summer. Okay. So when that load grows to where they have to add capacity, whether they build a unit or buy it from someplace, it's the summer and the winter that causes them to have to do that. They have plenty of capacity in September, October, November. So they're not going to impose the capacity costs on you in those months because they want you to use it there. I've got tons of capacity, but in the summer months, I don't have tons of capacity. And if you use more, I may have to spend more to add capacity. So that's the cost periods that's driving their costs, and they're sending that price signal on to each cooperative that they want them to pass through that price signal to their members so that they can curtail or restrict the growth of demand in the summer and winter months. And we haven't talked about the winter, but the winter is the same way. So for the months of December through February, it's the coincident demand in those months. Okay. For the months March through May, that bottom paragraph. So March, April, May, The coincident demand is the average winter coincident demand for the preceding months of December through February. So in March, April, May, they're billing you again for December, January, and February. So once again, March, April, May, use whatever you want. It does not impact your power bill in any way other than the energy charge. So the demand piece, March, April, May, September, October, November is free, the demand piece. The production demand does not apply in those months.
But you're just paying the higher cost from the previous 3 each time.
Right, they bill it. In other words, there was discussion at Hoosier when they designed the rate about billing all of it in those 6 months. In other words, billing all the winter in the winter months, billing all the summer in the summer months, not having any billings in the shoulder. Okay, but they decided that that might create some cash flow problems for the cooperatives. So they decided to spread it over 12 months. And how they're spreading it is to basically rebill it in those shoulder months using the average of the winter and the average of the summer. But the point to remember, if you think about cost causation, in other words, what we're trying to get to with rates to make everybody pay what they cause us to incur. People who are using in March, April, May, September, October, November, those demands aren't incurring any production costs.
So do they make more money if everybody goes solar, or do they make more money if we add more development on the grid?
Well, they're not going to make more money if everybody goes solar. That's going to hurt them. So,
So the object is to add to the grid, add more infrastructure to the grid for them to be more.
well, ideally, what they would like, but it's a hard nut to crack, is not to add it during peak periods. In other words, don't add it during the summer and winter, but let's add it in the shoulder.
Can't run a business just 3 months, skip 3 months, skip 3 months, skip 3 months. Yeah.
Right.
But boy, if you could, it'd be cheap energy. I said, if you could, it'd be cheap energy.
Okay. So
Can we just get billed the 3 months where there's nothing? Or not?
there you go.
Yeah.
Now this, I knew this was going to be a problem when I put it on there, but I wanted to kind of give you an illustration. So these yellow periods is March, April, May, and then the bottom yellow is September, October, November. Okay, and I'm gonna get up because I can't really see, and I know you all can't either. But this is the production demand. Okay, and like I said, they bill it all 12 months, but the shoulder month bills are based on the prior summer or the prior winter, so they don't really matter. Okay, so when you look at the bill, where a lot of people get confused is they look at the bill, they divide it out, and even though you can't see that, those costs are fairly uniform. In other words, they don't fluctuate all over the place. Okay, but that is attributing the shoulder month costs to the shoulder month, which they're not. You know, they're really attributable to the winter months or the summer months. And this bottom part, like I said, I wish you could see it, but I didn't know how to fit it the best I could. But if you take these out and move them back into the months that they're billed based on, then you get a very distinct seasonal pattern. In other words, the shoulder months are much less expensive to serve than the winter and summer months. And that's the price signal that they're sending, because the winter and summer is their peak period, and growth in the winter and summer causes them to incur additional costs, whereas growth in the shoulder months doesn't cause them to incur additional costs.
What's the difference between the high and the low there?
What do you mean?
On the bottom part between the shoulder month when you the difference.
Oh, the difference is, okay, so for instance, in February, talking the difference between 225,000.
I mean, on the cost per production kilowatt.
Oh, cost per, so $12 per KW to $4.74.
So it's It's 3 times as much.
Yeah, it's dramatic.
Fall.
So if you're an individual member, what does that mean? Okay, if you're an individual member. So I put two diametrically opposed members up here. One that uses during the peak months, one that uses during the shoulder months. And if you look at this column and this column, this is what those members would cause Hoosier to build Decatur. Okay, so if you're using 100 kW in December, January, February, June, July, and August, it'll create that stream of demand costs across the year. Okay. If you use just in March through May and September through November, it'll generate zero demand costs across the year. Now, like you said, not many people can run a business, 3 months on, 3 months off. But there's other ways to reduce this aside from just avoiding the months that they bill. But what I'm trying to get across to you, and this is where a lot of misunderstanding comes from, is that the shoulder months in terms of the production demand for Hoosier doesn't matter. You can use to your heart's content, and it doesn't affect Decatur's demand costs in any way. It's the 3 winter months and the 3 summer months that impact that. So when we do a cost of service study, the winter months, in other words, December, January, February, March, April, May, gets allocated on December, January, and February's contribution to the Hoosier demand. The summer, which is June, July, August, September, October, November, gets allocated on June, July, and August's contribution to that Hoosier demand. So in terms of the demand costs that end up in each class, it's really what you're doing in those 3 winter months and those 3 summer months.
Okay.
There's other ways to lower that. What you mean, one example was to, if you're a 12-month out year business, what is
Okay, so
lower that overall cost to the RMC?
Okay, so let me say, before I answer that, let me say most cooperatives and most utilities, I'll make it broader than that, most utilities aren't to this point yet because it requires educating people on something they've never seen. But if you had a 4-part rate, let's say, meaning you've got a demand charge just to recover that Hoosier demand piece, okay? Then what you can do is you can create a window, because we know when Hoosier peaks. In the wintertime, it's basically 6 to 9 a.m. and 4 to 8, okay, roughly. In the summertime, it's mainly 4 to 8. They don't really have a morning peak, okay? So you could create a window around that demand, and you could, which sends a price signal to the member that says, if you can cut back or completely avoid those windows, then you can significantly avoid Hoosier's demand costs.
So turn your furnace off when it's cold in the morning and it gets cold in the evening, and turn your air conditioner off when it gets hot.
Turn it back then.
Yeah, turn it back. That's what I mean, that'll be off. I'm gonna freeze to death. but
Right.
That's what you're saying.
Turn it back, or supplement it with wood, or, whatever you can do during that window.
So once that's done, then
And that lowers,
lowers the cost to the co-op, and the co-op lowers the cost to the membership.
yes, that's exactly it.
Yeah, the idea is the last power plant that you need doesn't have.
So I'm just curious about this.
Yeah, and if you run a business,
Everybody knows, turn it down in the wintertime, blah, 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 but, so is it really public knowledge that these windows are there?
and that's where the
That's the
education,
problem.
that's where the education would have to
So,
come in.
okay, the RMC is going to post this on the website, and so
I would.
everybody can understand.
I would love to go to 4-part rates and educate. Love it.
What the, would be
And think about if you run a business.
everybody, if everybody knew this, hey, here's your window.
We used to have seasonal rates in residential.
Nobody liked it.
And think about if you own a business. If you own a business, if you can schedule your shift changes or whatever to where you miss, those windows or that you're down during those windows, it's opportunities to save costs as well. So there's other ways around it other than just, 3 months on, 3 months off, which wouldn't be a very good way to.
But individually, if I were to do what you say, that window will say, okay, I'm cutting this cost, and nobody else does it, ain't no matter.
You'll save. If the rate design was a 4-part rate, you would still save.
You would say.
I would say.
You would save, but everybody around you who's not doing it would pay the higher cost.
That's the benefit of the 4-part, right?
Yeah. In other words, because of the 4 parts, it can treat you differently than it treats her. So if she decides I'm not going to conserve and you decide I am, your resulting costs will be lower than her.
But to your point, the way it's designed today, no.
You're right. The way it's designed today, no, because it's not a 4-part rate.
So in our farming community, nobody should test their dryer before September 1st. The way to kick on all your stuff to make sure it works, so you don't hit it in the summertime. Test everything September after August 31st to make sure all your bin fans work, not over that.
Okay, is that clear to everyone? I mean, does that make sense to everyone?
What's the barrier to getting to the 4-part rate?
Education.
Not,
Meter cost is not part of that.
it's not, I mean, it's not technical in nature. It's
I assume your AMI meters can probably meter that.
Not all of them.
Not all of them?
And I don't know what that percentage is, but not all of the meters in the field right now could measure, could do a 4-part rate. We have some that can, some that can't. Anything we buy now, the cost difference between one that can and can is like pennies. So anything we buy now and we're putting in place, but we put these, I don't remember what the year was, but they're getting. Oh, sad. So anything that's been replaced newer, yes, it can. But it's the education piece. It's how do you, I mean, we had seasonal rates and that's all they heard. You're charging me more when it's hotter. Well, that's because that's the way we're charged.
The difference between what you're describing, correct me if I'm wrong, you said seasonal rates, but Larry, what you're describing is actually a time within the seasonal.
That's the second part of the demand. So there's a seasonal and a quick.
Yeah, Hoosier's rates, you would have both probably, because Hoosier's rates, the summer rate's higher than the winter one. Okay, so it's like $3 a KW difference. So they would probably, the best design would probably be a seasonal 4-part rate. So you'd have a summer rate that's higher than the winter rate, and then you would have the windows to tell you when's the best time of day to
answer your question, it's both.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so can we, on those parking, if you turn off my air conditioner from 4 to 6, so I don't have to do it?
Not with that here, no.
I mean,
They have load controlled devices that can do that. So if you have a Nest and you have fiber or a broadband connection, not necessarily fiber, then yes, I can turn it off.
well, I mean, that's the point of where people, they volunteer and say, well, I'm not going to be there at that time, but I'm going to let you do it for me. That would be an educational step.
So the ecobee is one that Hoosier's actually piloting right now with the co-op up north. And it gives you the option, so it pops up and it'll actually kind of like flash. It'll say, this is the time that you need to back, and it'll automatically back down. But the member has the ability to be able to say, well, it's hot and I don't care how much it costs me. You can override it. And so they're piloting that now. The big problem we're going to have, and I think a lot of co-ops and communities are going to have, is that you have to have really good broadband connection for this to all work. So if you have a crummy communication, then it doesn't work. But, and it's not just ecobee for there's all kinds of DSM stuff, right? Water heaters,
So Larry, other than the technology challenge, why wouldn't RMC go to the 4-part?
The only reason is education. In other words, if you look at your single phase rate, for example, none of those members have ever seen a demand charge. They don't even know what the concept is. So, kind of what I recommend to people, and, we've got a lot of clients moving in that direction, is whether it's a 3-part or a 4-part, do whichever one you want, but start out with an optional residential demand rate. And that gets the cooperative used to, how do I discuss this in the newsletter or whatever, where it makes sense. Maybe bring in focus groups and say, read this and, tell me what it means to, because the biggest thing to overcome is, one, they don't know what demand is. And now you're throwing 2 demand charges at them with a 4-part rate. So the educational aspect of it is the biggest obstacle.
So we'd have to do so if you guys remember back when we changed to the medium class, or we created that medium class, we actually, Crystal had contacted every member and we had a workshop, and we actually brought people in that were impacted by that. And Larry was actually here, and we tried to educate them on what we were doing and why. So to answer your question, some of the co-ops that are going to 3 or 4-part rates, they require them to come in to a workshop before they'll put them on there, just so that they understand. Because if you set out there a 4-part rate and they really don't understand it, you're not really helping. It's not going to send that pricing.
Right. And I'll say something that may surprise you. I don't know if it will or not, because I don't know what the perception is, but Louisville Gas and Electric Company, which is, a big utility, they actually have a optional 4-part residential rate, which is very unusual because typically, and this is the part that I think may surprise you, typically cooperatives are a little bit ahead of investor-owned utilities when it comes to installation of AMI systems and moving on some of these rates that AMI systems allow you to build. But LG&E, hour and a half to your south, is one of the more progressive ones, and they actually have a optional 4-part residential rate. So if you go to LG&E's website, you can actually call it up and look at it and see what it looks like. So if any of you are curious, they are trying to go through these steps in terms of how do we communicate this concept to our customers, because they don't, they've never seen this before. So if the industry is moving in this direction, how do we educate our customers and communicate with them so that, if we make this a permanent thing, they're going to be able to take advantage of it and act based on the price signals that we're sending. Okay. Any other questions on this?
Have you been a part of anybody who's implemented a 4-part rate? I've read on some of the message boards in different places, the people who've done a real good job educating, people have liked it, and a few of them who've tried it and didn't, it blew up spectacularly.
Right.
So
We've done many of them. Most of them, that is a requirement. In other words, there's 2 different types. Here's your rate, you have to be on. Okay. Most of those that we've done have been for larger load. Okay. When you get down to residential, small commercial, where they're coming from 2-part rates, typically those have all been optional, and they don't blow up because they're optional. Nobody's forced on them. Okay. So we've never really had one that's blown up. What we've done,
you haven't forced an entire.
we have not forced a residential class, for example.
I read one in Missouri, it went very well, they say.
Yeah.
So they forced everybody over, but they said they probably
You've
have to
got to-
workshop every month
You've
for
got to
a
spend.
year before they did that.
If you don't spend time, it will be a catastrophe. There's no doubt in my mind.
But by and large, that is the fairest way.
It is the fairest way, and I'll show you what that looks like as we get a little further on. So costs that are in the energy charge, okay? If it's a 3 or 4-part demand rate, then all that's in the energy charge is purchase power energy. Okay, that's all that's there. If it's a 2-part rate, you've got purchase power energy plus all those demand component costs. So in that 2-part rate, all that demand stuff plus purchase power energy is in the energy component. And what you get, this is one of the pages out of a cost of service study. What you get is something that kind of looks like an income statement. In other words, we're looking at the revenue that the class generated through paying rates. We're looking at the operating margin, which is what's left over after expenses are paid. And this rate base column, that's the investment in wires, poles, transformers, all the infrastructure that you see, meters, all that kind of stuff. And then this return on rate base is simply operating margin divided by rate base. So it's a return on investment calculation. It's return on total invested capital. And then that's a return on revenue. So it's operating margin divided by revenue.
Could you give me an example of what would create the negative on the return on revenue? Just an example of what type of.
So anybody who has an operating margin that's an operating loss. So expenses are greater than revenue. Okay. And this is probably a little too far into the weeds, but keep in mind that a cost of service study isn't really designed for economics. It's a fairness and equity tool. Okay. So, and I'm going to make a distinction here. So in economics, if my marginal revenue that I'm getting from the member exceeds my marginal cost, I'm better off to continue selling than to stop selling. Okay. Because I'm making a gross margin. I'm making some marginal profit on each kilowatt hour that I sell. Okay. So you can have that, but it won't show up on the cost of service study. In other words, what the cost of service study is looking at is total embedded sunk costs, everything allocated to each class compared to the revenue that you're generating. So it's not a very good economics tool. So even though this may show a negative margin, they're probably still, the marginal revenue probably exceeds the marginal cost.
You've already paid for the poles and the wires.
Right.
There's no sense in turning them.
It's just that they're not contributing enough to cover all the fixed costs we've allocated to them. Okay. So, but all of these negatives is going to be because expenses exceed revenue and they have a negative margin. Okay. So what does, because primarily what we look at in the utility industry is return on rate base or return on investment. So what does that mean? What is it? Why do we look at it? Okay, we look at it because it is representative of what you need to earn in order to cover your financing costs. In other words, the cooperative is financed with a combination of debt and members' equity. Okay, and the weighted average cost of that tells you what you have to earn revenue-wise in order to cover this financing cost. So in this example, we've said the cooperative is financed 50% debt, 50% members' equity. And we're saying the debt cost is 5%, the members' equity cost is 7%, so the average is 6%. So that would mean in the long run, the total company, and this one's 5.83, I know you probably can't see it, but in this example, the total company rate of return would have to be 6% over the long run, or you would eventually either default on returning member equity to them, or you would default on an interest payment. In other words, something below your weighted average cost of financing the cooperative can't exist for a long period of time. It can exist in the short run because you can borrow or something in order to make it up. But in the long run, if you're not covering your weighted average cost of financing the cooperative, you will either not be able to return members' equity to them, or you'll default on an interest payment. I mean, that's just the financial facts of life. So that's why that number is important. So when we set rates, we try to set rates at a rate of return that covers the financing costs for the cooperative. Okay. And in fact, the debt covenants, depending upon, you know, where you're borrowing your money, they'll have requirements in the debt covenants for like debt service coverage and things like that. What we see for the most part are cooperatives set their rates of return in the 4.5% to 6.5% range. And what kind of determines where you are in the range is whether you need to build equity. So if you need to build equity, some cooperatives, you know, have very low equity amounts. And so they'll set the return higher in the range so they retain more earnings and build more equity. So those cooperatives, you might be 5.5, 6, as much as maybe 6.5%. If you don't need to build equity, you can be somewhere in that 4.5, 5, maybe even 5.5% range, typically. CFC, which is a lending institution, puts out a key ratio trend analysis. And I meant to look up because I know 2019 just came out not too long ago. And that's something that I meant to update and I haven't. I suspect it's dropped a little bit. But the national average for that was 5.36%. And like I said, I suspect the one that just came out, it probably dropped a little bit. It's probably 5 or 5.1, something like that. Because interest rates, it's driven by interest rates. Okay, so evaluating margins. Okay, so what does all of this mean? In other words, if we go back and we look at that, because we've got, you know, quite a bit of variation there. So what does it mean? So typically what it means is in the utility world, what you're trying to get to is equalize rates of return for all classes. And that assumes equalized risk for all classes. I'll talk about that in a minute. But so how we look at subsidies and who's paying their fair share is rate classes with a rate of return higher than the overall average is paying a subsidy to rate classes with a rate of return below the overall average. Okay. Now, I mentioned risk. That assumes every class has the same risk. It is perfectly acceptable to try to incorporate risk into what you're charging if the market will bear. In other words, in some commercial classes, if you try to incorporate risk, they go somewhere else because they've got options. Okay, so sometimes you can't incorporate risk. I've got some clients who have looked into revenue insurance for some of their large customers, and they try to incorporate the premiums for the revenue insurance into the rate design. And that's how they account for risk. The downside of that is sometimes those premiums are so high that they can't actually do it. You know, sometimes they can, sometimes they can't. But there's different ways to try to capture risk. Sometimes you just can't capture it because the market won't bear it. In other words, you go to a national company that's in your service territory, you raise their prices. If you're not competitive anymore, they shut down and they move to somebody else's service territory where they can get a better rate. So sometimes you can't capture the risk that you think is there into the rate design. Sometimes you can't. It just depends.
Depends on the size of the pie.
It depends on what their options are. Yep. So like I said, classes with a rate of return below the overall are receiving a subsidy. Classes with a rate of return above the overall rate of return are paying a subsidy. So let's talk about the financing part of the cooperative. Because virtually all utilities are financed with a combination of debt and equity. On rare occasions, you'll find one that's 100% equity, or you'll find one that's, 90% debt or something like that. Those are kind of the extremes in the industry. Most are somewhere in between those two situations. It's important that you finance your assets with appropriate terms. In other words, you wouldn't finance a long-term asset with short-term debt or something like that, okay? So your financing generally matches how long you expect the asset you're financing to live. When you're talking about transformers, lines, poles, you're talking about long-term, you're talking about 30, 35, 40 years. So it's long-term debt generally. And that's also why capital credit rotations tend to be 20 years or 25 years. It's because that part of it is financing those long-term assets. So you're trying to match the financing with the people who are getting the benefit of those assets, okay? So debt, pretty easy, pretty straightforward. You borrow money at a certain interest rate. And, typically they'll build in, tier requirements or debt service requirements into the debt covenants. But it's pretty easy to know what the cost of debt is because we know what interest rates that we've borrowed at. So we can calculate fairly easily what that debt component is. The equity component is a little more difficult because, unlike an investor-owned utility, we're not trading common stock. With common stock, you can estimate what that return has to be. But with members' equity, there's no common stock. There's nothing that really tells you what is the cost of that member's equity to the utility. Okay. So there's a couple of different ways of looking at it. One way in financial theory is opportunity cost. So in other words, the member's opportunity cost is what comes into play. And what I mean by that is if you borrow less money, let's say, and decide to retain more earnings, okay? Those additional retained earnings are in essence a forced investment from your members. In other words, you're forcing the members to invest in the utility through retained earnings. Okay, so that's the equity piece of it. Okay, so how it impacts the member is whatever their opportunity cost is. So if I'm somebody who doesn't have much money and I rely on credit cards, then my opportunity cost is the interest rate on that credit card. So if my utility costs go up and it forces me maybe to charge more things on my credit card, then that opportunity cost is 15, 20% for me. If I'm somebody that's got quite a bit of money and I invest the leftovers that I have, then my opportunity cost is what I could have invested it in. So what can I earn on that money if I invest it as opposed to giving the cooperative? So one way of looking at it in terms of financial theory is what are our members' opportunity costs? And it's going to vary depending upon each one's financial situation, but typically their opportunity cost, especially right now, is going to be greater than what we can borrow money at. Okay, so whenever we can borrow money cheaper than their opportunity cost, it suggests that there ought to be a debt component in the financial structure of the cooperative. If we couldn't borrow money less than their opportunity costs, then that would suggest 100% equity financing. Okay. So the other way to look at it is what's called the Goodwin formula. And the Goodwin formula was developed by RUS, and it's also endorsed by CFC. And what it calculates is what does the return on members' equity have to be to support a specific rotation cycle and asset growth? Okay, so it's a straightforward calculation. And for anybody who's, kind of a math geek, that's the formula if you're curious about it. But what's important is the results of the formula. So what I've done here is I've assumed a 3% asset growth, meaning the assets of the utility, wires, poles, conductors, all that kind of stuff is growing at 3% rate. And depending upon your rotation cycle, that's the return you have to have on the members' equity side in order to support that rotation cycle and asset growth. So with a long rotation cycle, 30 years, you're at a little over 5%. 20 years, you're at 6.72, and that starts to look to me like a very reasonable opportunity cost for a lot of members. At a 10-year rotation cycle, in other words, if you get further away from matching the financing term with the asset life, the costs go up. So at a 10-year rotation, you're financing 30, 40-year asset life property with 10-year financing, and it's costing you 11.72%. At 5 years, it costs you 21.84%. Okay, that's how RUS and CFC looks at it. Okay, it has nothing to do with opportunity cost. It's simply what do you have to earn in order to support the capital credit rotation and the asset growth that you want as a cooperative. So that's two ways to look at that. So when we get to revenue requirement, how this all fits together is revenue that you need is simply your out-of-pocket expenses, your O&M expenses, depreciation expenses, taxes, plus the return on investment. In other words, R there. R is that financing cost. And that's where the margin comes from. In other words, the debt cost gets paid out. The members' equity piece we keep as retained earnings, and we use it to help finance the system. So even though it's technically margin, it's margin that we return depending upon the rotation cycle. 20 years later, we use it to help finance the system. We return it 20 years later. So we're technically a nonprofit, even though we still have temporary margins that we use to finance the system. Okay. So, another common misconception is that utilities buy power like from Hoosier and mark it up and resell it. That's not how rates are designed. In other words, we pass through our out-of-pocket costs, and the margin comes from the financing piece that we add on top of that. It's that rate of return piece that creates the margin. And that's the members' equity piece that gets returned. Okay, so does that make sense to everyone how that fits together? Clear as mud, clear as a bell. Okay, I'm going to take that as a big yes, that we all understand that. Yeah.
It's a marginal yes, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Marginally.
So rate design principles, we try to reduce or eliminate subsidies between the classes when we design rates. We try to make sure customers pay the costs they impose on the system. And to do that, we try to recover fixed costs through fixed charges and variable costs through variable charges. In other words, fixed customer costs, a fixed customer charge, variable costs like kilowatt hour or energy through a kilowatt hour charge. Benefits of cost-based rates is they reduce revenue, margin volatility. They reduce customer bill volatility. They make the cooperative competitive at the margin against other fuel. In other words, if you have a company and you're looking at maybe using propane or using another fuel to generate electricity or to offset your electric use, to the extent that you have cost-based rates, you have a lower marginal cost of electricity than if you don't have cost-based rates. It reduces or eliminates subsidies between classes. It frequently benefits low-income and fixed-income customers. And that's because it reduces their bill volatility. In other words, if you load up a bunch of costs in the energy charge and have very low customer charges, that bill volatility is all over the place from month to month because it's going to vary directly with the weather. The more you have a cost-based customer charge and you get those fixed costs out of the energy component, it stabilizes that bill somewhat. So if you're on a fixed income, it doesn't hit you as hard when you have severe weather. It creates the right environment for energy efficiency and conservation, meaning when we get all those fixed costs out of the energy component as a cooperative, we don't care as much if you conserve energy. It doesn't hurt the cooperatives. And it protects the cooperative as well in a net metering environment for the same reason. So we're almost through all of these. So let's talk about, I'll cover these kind of quickly a little bit. So types of rates, you've got a two-part rate, which is a customer charge and an energy charge. It does not adapt to load factor, coincidence factor differences in members. It just bills the average. I mean, that's all it can do because there's no demand price signal, okay? So because of that, it's less fair and equitable. You really want as much uniformity as you can get in the load characteristics of the members in a class if you're going to build a two-part rate. And unfortunately, that's the majority of the rates that's built in the United States. And it's just not that good of a rate. That's just the facts of it. And it's there because watt-hour meters were less expensive. Three-part rates: customer charge, energy charge, demand charge. That demand charge allows the rate to adapt to load factor differences, but still not coincidence factor differences. So it's more fair and equitable than two-part rates, less fair and equitable than four-part rates. Time of use energy rates. In other words, it's purely energy, no demand, and it's got higher prices during on-peak periods, lower prices during off-peak periods. There's nothing really fundamentally wrong with them. They typically have a low subscriber rate. In other words, a lot of people don't sign up for them. And they don't typically achieve the demand reduction that you're looking for. And it's because there's no demand pricing. So if I tell you that the energy you use between 4 and 8 p.m. in January is more expensive than it is the rest of the day, you may cruise along in January, and then, January 10th, if it's 3 degrees and miserable, and you're looking at the forecast and you're going, oh, it's going to warm up next week, you may go, okay, I'm going to be comfortable during that day, and I'll make it up the rest of the month. In other words, I'll shift a little load here and there, make it up the rest of the month. So you don't get the demand savings on the power bill you're looking for, but the customer still gets savings through the bill. So a lot of times, the savings the cooperative achieves and the cost reduction on the bill don't equal each other, which is what we're trying to get. In other words, we're trying to pass through our savings to the member. In this situation, a lot of times our savings isn't as much as we're passing through because there's no demand pricing. And then the 4-part rate, which has a customer charge, energy charge, distribution demand charge, and a purchase power demand charge. It adapts to both load factor and coincidence factor differences. It is the most fair and equitable rate design, period. And to show you that, to kind of prove that to you, we took interval data from a company, and with interval data, those rates of return that you saw by class, I can calculate a rate of return for every member on the system if I had interval data. So I could calculate your individual rate of return and your individual rate of return based on your load characteristics. So that's what we did. So The orange line is the class rate of return. It was around 5%. The blue dots are all the members in the class and their individual rates of return. This is a two-part rate with a customer charge that's below cost. In other words, it's a low customer charge, high energy charge. And you can see the rates of return are all over the map, anywhere from about a negative 170 to a positive 180. Okay, and that's because a two-part rate is bad at what it does. It's just bad. And if you notice, the points are upward sloping. That's a common shape for these scatter plots with two-part rates. And what that's telling you is this bottom is load factor. This is rate of return, okay? So what that's telling you is with a two-part rate, if I use a lot of kilowatt hours, in other words, I have a high load factor, because all that cost is built into the energy charge, I overpay. So that's why you get this upward slope. In other words, as your load factor improves, your rate of return generally improves. As your load factor goes down, your rate of return generally tanks. So that's why we have this shape. And it's because the two-part rate can adapt, okay? Notice the standard deviations a little bit as we go through these. So if we correct the customer charge, we get a little bit, but we still got the same problems that existed before. It's just a little bit better than it was. If we move to a three-part rate, notice how the shape of the plot flattens out. In other words, the demand charge now can adapt to load factor differences. So it got rid of the upward slope and it flattened it out, okay? But it can adapt to coincidence factor. So it's still not perfect, but it's a lot better. You know, again, the standard deviation dropped as we go through. If we go to a four-part rate, it's getting better, you know, a whole lot better. But still, the four-part rate in this example has one issue. And the issue, it's not really load factor, but it's a similar concept to load factor. And that is, I peak at 100. You know, I'm a member, I peak at 100, and I use 70, 50, 90, 100, 60, you know, my demands are all over the place. So we're billing, in this case, the demand charge against each month demand. So even though I installed capacity for 100, sometimes you're paying 80 or 60 or 70, okay? So that's why we're still not perfectly uniform. If we add what's called a ratchet, meaning you get billed against your highest demand in the year as opposed to the highest demand in the month with a four-part rate, that's what happens to the rates of return. You can't get any more fair and equitable than that. That is the gold standard of rate design. But it's more complicated, it's more sophisticated, it requires education and a lot of effort to make members understand how it all works so that they can act upon it. That's the end, that's the last slide that I have. Any other questions? I'll be happy to, if you want to go back and drill down into something, I'll be very happy to answer anything you want to talk about.
Larry, can you email that to the board? I know I have several of those slides on the dashboard, but not all of them are on there. Could you just email that?
Yeah, I can send it to Brett. Brett can.
Thank you.
I can call over too.
There's one out there, but it doesn't have all the slides on there.
Yeah.
Anything that comes to mind? I mean, we don't have to talk about what I've talked about. If you've got anything else you want to talk about, I'll be happy to comment.
So a couple months ago, Jeff, you had handed us out a.
Correct.
Can we look at those questions now?
Yeah.
Unless you want to go back, Dale, did you have a question?
No, that was the same point. This is the, I don't know, second or third time I've been through this. I keep learning, but obviously there's a lot of, there's a lot of complexity. There's a lot of questions around this. There have been issues to the point where we made arrangements for some board members to meet with Terry. I want to get every question dispelled tonight while he's here. And I know we're running over time, but in the interest of it, we need to do that tonight.
I don't think it's going to get dispelled tonight. I think it's a difference in theory. Larry is putting demand cost over 6 months where Hoosier Energy puts it over 12 based on our bills. So we're not actually billing our members what we're being billed, the months we're being billed. Cost causation is shifting 3 months worth of demand or shifting 6 months worth of demand into 3. That's what Larry's theory is. Hoosier Energy's theory isn't that way. And that's why our bills from Hoosier Energy don't match how we bill our members.
That's not accurate at all.
Well,
So
our bills from Hoosier Energy goes down in December, but our commercial rates go up.
So tell me this. These production demand costs here,
Correct. Hoosier is dividing that over 12 months where or they're taking that 6-month period and dividing it over 6 months where you're putting it into 3 is how our bills come from Hoosier Energy.
no.
Yes.
So take March,
Did
causes that number right there.
you share the spreadsheet with?
I gave it to Brad to share.
Okay.
Yes.
So again, to the right,
Spreadsheet appeared.
it's our bills. What you're doing is you're taking,
But that has nothing to do
But
with.
that has
what the
everything-
No, it doesn't.
everything to do with what Hoosier bills us.
But it doesn't.
But it doesn't have anything to do with what's driving the cost.
Sure.
Tell me.
Okay, so you're,
Answer this question.
Okay.
Answer this question. Okay, because let's go back. This is Hoosier's rate schedule. This isn't my language. This is straight off of Hoosier's rate schedule. Okay, so the demand cost that you get billed in March.
is the average of the 3 months prior.
Right.
So, but you are getting billed in that month. Decatur County REMC.
Why does that matter?
Because that's what comes in on our bills.
Okay.
I mean, if you're wanting,
So answer me this.
no, if you're wanting to use this as a tool to drive down people's consumption during those 3 months, that's one thing, but we're not billing our members how we're billed.
Okay, so answer me this. If I'm a grain bill and I'm using in October, you want to pass through October's average cost to them as opposed to,
Yes, I do.
even though that demand cost there,
Is the average
They didn't
prior
call-
3 months.
right, they didn't use
But that's what
in June, July, and
August
August.
Hoosier is billing us. That's how, your theory is to take it into 6 months. Hoosier is spreading it over
That's not my
12.
theory.
No, that was your presentation.
No, that's not my theory. My theory is to bill it based on who caused us to incur.
Okay.
Okay.
If you use,
So-
if you use in one of the off-peak months,
Right.
it doesn't impact your bill.
Why would you bill me for demand costs from Hoosier that I didn't cause you to incur?
Because Hoosier's spreading it out over the time period. That's why.
But they're spreading it out based on the
Because
summer and the winter. They're not spreading it out
they are
based
over
on.
6 month period, not over 3 month periods.
I think maybe the other way to say this is we don't build rates based upon exactly what the bill says. Hold on. We build rates based upon what incurs the cost. What incurs the cost is those 6 months.
That's Larry's theory.
No, that's the way it's metered.
No, I'm gonna.
No.
I'm gonna
Okay,
I'm gonna make a bold statement.
okay.
And, you know, take this however you want. I don't mean any disrespect, right? But I'm going to make a bold statement. What you're suggesting would not hold up in any regulated environment in the United States. So if you had to go before the Indiana Regulatory Commission, if you went in with the idea that you're suggesting, they would not remotely go along with it. What you're suggesting is cost of service and rate design is based on cost causation. In other words, we want whoever incurred the cost to pay it through the rate. We don't want somebody sitting in October who didn't incur a cost, paying for a cost that somebody else incurred. And that's what you're
No,
suggesting,
no. I'm paying for a cost that Hoosier Energy is charging us
based on June, July, and August.
on the average of the 3 months. That's how Hoosier has spread it over 12 months.
Right.
You're pushing it back into 3
No,
or
no,
6 to 3,
I'm,
but that's my opinion.
I'm just saying, if you go by the averages,
No, not the averages, the actuals.
right, if you take 1 month's power bill,
Right.
if you take a shoulder month's power bill, divide it by kilowatt hours and say that's what people ought to be charged, you're going to be collecting money from the wrong people for why those costs are incurred by Decatur County.
That's
So
what,
for instance, if you guys have Gordon, when do you use most of your power? October, November? So if we do it by what the bill says, not what cost incurs, right? You're getting cheap power because it's off peak, which is how we incur costs. But if we spread that across 12 months, then your bill goes way high, which doesn't make sense because it's cheap in November
I mean, use.
from a production standpoint.
Use these two examples. Why would this member pay demand costs for this consumption?
because that's how Hoosier is billing us.
That's Hoosier is sending you a bill in September, but they're not billing you based on these months. They're billing you based on the 3 summer and the 3 winter.
I have a question. Is Hoosier's bill more of a budget billing type deal?
Yes.
But it's,
It was, like I said, when I went over,
or what is the,
there was discussion when Hoosier originally came up with the idea, we're going to bill it all the winter in the 3 winter months, all the summer in the 3 summer. But the concern was if we do that, your power bill in those 3 winter months and 3 summer months will be astronomical. It's going to have a big jump. If your retail rates, if you don't go to seasonal rates that reflect those charges, you're going to have cash flow issues, right? So the consideration was, we don't want to create cash flow issues. So let's take our peak periods and spread those costs over all 12 months so it eliminates cash flow issues for a cooperative. But it still is driven by the 3 peak winter months and the 3 peak summer months. In other words, the shoulder doesn't matter.
there is some variation though, if I'm right here, based off what you're saying. They're billing based off those 3 months. So if you used extra power, say you used your demand, you spiked for, say your high demand was 1 day in August or in July, but you used the bulk of your energy in the fall, you would really somewhat, you would actually pay more based off how they bill than if it was.
But if we build as we're built, Matt, then it wouldn't matter when you turn on the grain dryer testing. That's what I'm saying. If it based Hoosiers, again, spread it out, we're taking it back. Hoosiers spread it out for cash flow issues, correct? Or cash. So we could do the same thing for our members.
But then what's going to happen is I'm going to collect from Gordon what hours cheaper.
No, you're going to collect from Gordon what we're being charged that month.
But those are driven from the 6 months.
No, they're not. Again, Hoosier.
About 6 months.
Well, and again, this is a difference of philosophy and I will, well, I will research and see if I can find some REMCs that support the rate structure I'm talking about.
Let's just take this example. Costs are being incurred by this.
I think that's me in the fall. I got a question.
It's you in the fall.
If we're not generating, if Hoosier, let's imagine Hoosier's not generating power, because that's what's going to happen, right? They're just going to go buy it. They're going to go buy it on the grid pretty shortly in the next few years. So anytime that they're buying it on the grid, that ought to be directly where I'm paying that. In other words, if we go to this 4-part series, if today it's $120 a kilowatt because it's really hot, then that's what I ought to be charged.
Right.
If it's $5 a kilowatt because nobody's using anything, that's what ought to be charged.
Right.
And so I think we're tied up in this thing. Today we're generating it, but pretty soon we're not going to be generating it. We're going to be buying it off the grid
I mean, I can't,
directly to the members of.
That doesn't change this.
I can't understand. And I'm just trying to get you to explain it to me so that I can understand where you're coming from. So maybe we can.
I just wish I knew I was going to be questioned tonight, if I could be prepared to answer. I'm not very good at answering off.
Well, I'm just saying, why would somebody who uses in the fall, when Hoosier, in other words, those demands do not get incorporated into Hoosier's bill? Do you agree with that?
No, they do. It's the average of the 3 months that
No.
billed to Decatur County are,
November.
yes, those bills are the average of the 3 months before.
Right, so.
So the billing
demands
comes
for
in.
September, October, November.
Are the average of the 3 previous months.
No, I'm saying,
Months.
I'm saying the demand that you actually run in September, October, November have no impact on Hoosier's bill. Do you agree? I'm not talking
But
about,
they bill us.
huh?
Yes, it does have it. The average is what we're charged.
Not the average for September, October, November.
That is correct.
It's the average for June, July. August.
Hoosier is charging us during those 3 months. They're not just, it's not just a zero, but it's an average of the 3 previous.
That's the point. So if I use in October
And
and I'm not using in June, July, and August in those 3 months, why would you charge me for demand costs that somebody else caused Decatur to incur?
Another way of looking at it, June, July, and August. So you said it's the average of June, July, August. Let's say June, July, August, we use zero. Guess what your bill is in September, October, November?
zero.
Zero.
It's the average of the 3 months.
Right. That's the
But
point though.
it's not theoretically ever going to be zero.
Well, no, but it's the
And
point
again-
again, that what you do in June, July, August, what you do those 3 months,
That's all that matters.
that's all that matters. The September, October, November is
So,
irrelevant at that point.
I will research and see if I can find REMCs that support the type of billing that I'm discussing, or thinking of. You're saying it's not permitted.
I'm saying there's a difference. I don't think you're going to find what you're looking for, but let's say you do find what you're looking for. I'm saying there's a difference between what a state commission would allow you to do and, maybe what you might get a board to approve at times. Because sometimes, but I don't think you're going to find it because most boards that I work with,
So, but
they are really conscious of cost causation and trying to make each member stand on his own footing in terms of the costs he incurs on the system.
who did Hoosier use for their cost of service study?
Guernsey.
Mhm.
Who is it?
Guernsey,
And I've emailed Guernsey and this is exactly how they do it too. I mean, you really don't have a choice. It's kind of like,
so the idea is, from what you're saying, is that the extra power plant, so demand is based off what the power plant, more or less, that's what you're paying for, right? Demand, you're paying for the power plant.
yeah, what Hoosier's saying,
They're saying that the
Yeah.
extra power, the last power plant they had to build was because it's hot as hell right now.
right, if I have to add capacity, it's because of these 3 months and those 3 months.
So they're,
So if you use in those shoulder months, I've got plenty of capacity. I'm not going to charge you for that.
so more or less what you're saying is the coal plant, Merriam can cover everything in March, April, May, September, October, November, and they don't need any other plants in theory.
Right, they've got enough,
But they also have 2 peaking plants that they have built that have to be paid for. And they're, if I'm understanding what you're saying here, they're based off the June, July, and August. So what you're saying is the cost that those plants are, you're moving them into June, July, and August. And Jeff, if I'm understanding you right, what you're saying is Hoosier bills us an average of June, July, and August in September, October, November. Is that right?
And I believe Southeastern Indiana follows Hoosier's billing. but I will do some more research and
We could even call Hoosier today and say, okay, hey, instead of charging us September and October, November production demand, no longer charge us production demand in those months. Charge us when you actually meter it.
no, our rates should be based off of Hoosier's rate structure.
Cost causation.
No, that's a choice that this board is making, is to use cost causation. Our rates could follow Hoosier's.
But I guess it's the difference of what comes through on the bill and what causes.
No, what we're billed versus what we're charging.
I want you to be aware of something. Okay, I mean, I'm just stating facts, okay? I just want you to be aware of it. There is a limit to board's authority. Okay, and what I mean by that is if you get too far afoul of cost causation, okay? And I'm not saying it will happen, but it has happened. If you want to research that, you can look, but there have been situations in the United States where boards have gotten too far afoul of cost causation and they've been sued by their members because the rate design did not reflect cost causation. In other words, that is a actionable cause in the United States that you can't just charge whatever you want.
No,
It has to be based on cost causation.
Well, I don't agree with the cost causation. I believe in fair and equitable rates.
It doesn't matter whether you agree with it. I'm saying it's an actionable, litigatable thing in the United States where you can be sued by members if your rates they don't reflect cost causation. I mean, I'm just stating facts.
But
So
if we actually,
you can state, I'm not saying that there's not any leeway whatsoever, but I'm saying you can't just throw it out the window and say, because Hoosier bills us in September, the average cost of September is cost causation, because it's not. There's got to be some attempt through cost of service and rate design to reflect who caused the cost to be incurred to begin with. I mean, that's just the legal precedent on cost of service and rate design. I mean, that's just it. So all I'm suggesting to you is, think long and hard about what you're saying, because if you get too far afoul.
I don't want to get afoul at all. I just want to get other opinions.
Okay.
go over these other questions or what? If we can get. So these two here are the same thing. It all relates to what we just talked about, I think. I'm not real sure I understand that one.
When I asked before if we could break out how we charge versus anyone within wholesale rates, it's one fixed charge. You can't break it out. Correct? The average cost at the end of the year for KWH is X. So everybody should pay at least at a minimum X. If it's 8 cents a kilowatt, the minimum bill should be 8 cents a kilowatt.
Okay.
If that's what's costing.
But
You're talking about purchase power?
No, I'm talking about power we're selling to a member.
Including purchase power.
Yes, our purchase power versus what we sell to a member. We should never sell to a member less than what we buy it for.
Yes, but average that you see on a power bill doesn't tell you that. And that's because of coincidence factor differences. In other words, my average cost from Hoosier will be different than your average cost from Hoosier if our coincidence factors are different. In other words, you may be right on the peak, incur a lot of demand. I may be completely off peak. So if I'm 100% off peak, the only cost I incur is Hoosier's energy charge, which is going to be below any average that you look at on a power bill. And if you're right on the peak, your average will be higher than any average you see on a power bill. The average doesn't tell you anything about an individual class or an individual member. It's there.
Shouldn't anybody within a commercial rate have to pay the minimum cost of what we're paying Hoosier?
They should pay the cost that they called you to incur from Hoosier.
Period. Because if you do it the way you're saying, and they have to pay the minimum average, that would be like saying, okay, so in one class we have, let's just say in the medium commercial class, we got a semi, a minivan, and an EV. You look at the gallons per mile for each of those three members in medium commercial class, right? You average them together. Is the EV 15 miles per gallon in gas? No, it's the same thing. So you can't take every member within a class needs to pay what they contribute to our power bill, not the average. Everyone's different.
And in fact, if you look.
Jay's is different than Kent or Gordon's.
If you look at a cost of service study, each class will have a different average cost of purchase power because each class's load characteristics are different. They hit the demand, Hoosier's demand, differently. So when you average it out, I mean, that's the coincidence factor calculation we went through. When you average it out, one class will have a different average rate than another class. If you delve in to individual members in a class, they will have individual averages that are different from each other. It has to do with how coincident they are with Hoosier's billing demands.
Question, is that the case currently on our billing? I've never seen anything on our bill that has anything to do with coincidence. We were on the coincidence and then we got moved back.
You're on you're not on the coincident peak. We don't have those.
Okay, so.
That's the 4-part rate.
But what you're saying is that I should have a difference. Is there anybody in the alert that's on the coincidence rate?
No. Not at all.
So then our charges would be the same during the month if we don't have a coincidence.
He's just using coincidence. There's also the record demand, right? Everybody's power within. So it goes back to, let me show you the slide that you got up.
Right, my demand's different because what each one of us use during the month.
Right.
Yes.
But on a 3-part rate, your average cost isn't different because of coincidence factor difference. Because you need the fourth demand charge to capture the coincidence factor difference.
Like in our case, just for example, we could have a power charge of 6 cents a kW, whatever the rate is. But because of demand, what we use that month, we may be adding another 10 cents because we got high demand for a short period of time, so it peaks us up type situation.
Correct.
Yeah. Hoosier's demand is seasonal.
Yeah.
So in the summer, it's $10 and something, I can't remember. In the winter, it's 7 something, I believe. So if you hit 1 kW of demand, and so let's just take a January. January has 744 hours in it. Okay, so 24 times 31, that's 744 hours. Okay, so if you run 1 kW of demand when Hoosier peaks, they're going to bill $7 and whatever it is. Okay, now if you use a kilowatt hour every hour, you'll have 744 kilowatt hours that you can divide that $7 into. If you only use it half the time and you end up with, 400 kilowatt hours, then you're dividing that $7 into 400 kilowatt hours. And that's why the average is different for every single person on the system.
So what we need to do is spread harvest out over the entire month when the weather's decent.
So I guess on this one, I'm not aware of how that could even occur. And Again, you can't use the average for one class and say that that's the average cost for everybody, because it's not, everyone's different, depending on their demand and energy use.
I would be anxious to see if we did away with cost causation and we went straight, if it would change.
Drink what?
The billing to match what, bill our members to what Hoosier bills us.
It would charge, and it would charge everyone that uses when power's cheap more. And then when it would remove the whole cost causation. I mean, you're,
User bills us by substation, not by member, so how would that be fair?
Yeah, but as a cooperative, we average out those 8 substations to come up with our average cost per kilowatt.
yeah, we get charged differently for every single substation, right?
Based on demand,
Based on a bunch, yeah, 2 different
transmission cost.
4-part rate. So I guess the main thing is if you don't go by cost causation and you just go by some average on the bill, then again, you're going to be charging, you're going to be charging folks that should be getting cheap power more,
Right.
and the folks that are.
If I'm
using
a
it
member who
expensive.
uses off-peak and never hits Hoosier's demand, I'm going to be complaining if you do that.
This one here, I don't know what that means.
Okay, on the prior rates, you were buying power energy kWh from Hoosier during peak, 7.14 cents. And we were selling it to industry for 6.5 cents.
So when you say 0.71 cents we were buying from Hoosier, was that an average of the entire bill, or was that for?
That's based on their rate structure. That's based on attachment C of the,
That's just a monthly average.
Of every,
no, that's energy. That's what they charge for peak. And then off peak was 0.04041. And we were only charging 0.034. So there was a difference of both peak and off peak prior was 0.00641 cents per kWh sold to industry, which now we're charging industry what would be. So if you take that times the total consumption of industry, excluding Honda, you come up with a little over $700,000.
that's using the average cost though of every.
No, that's, you have to. It's based right here in the bills.
Show me what
And then you go to the Hoosier rate structure
So what are you talking?
right here. Hoosier set the Honda rate. So here's what was costing us Hoosier. We were selling it at a loss. We were selling it for less than what we were being charged, both peak and off-peak months. And you can also go there by getting to the Hoosier industrial power. It'll show you,
That doesn't look right.
well, it's right here. Here's what it was before the rate change at Hoosier. Here's where it is now. So these were the numbers that you plugged in. Sorry if you can't see it, my bad. But it's on page 1 of the industrial rate. Now we're charging our members what we're being charged, where before we were selling it at a loss.
So what's the effective date on it?
That was the one that they just implemented in 18, I believe.
Yeah, that's what would have been pro formed.
Right.
In
So,
other words,
but right here, if you take that,
bad stuff.
now, that's the new charges from
But we
Hoosier.
make
This
pro
was
forma-
the old.
We make pro forma
Correct.
adjustments.
So what I'm saying is, prior to your rate where you fixed this,
Oh,
we were selling it at a loss.
Oh,
And,
I have no idea.
and we were, so that equates to a $700,000, it's 725,000, I believe, difference in revenue now that we're getting because we're not selling the power at a loss.
I have no idea. Can't speak to what somebody did before me, but
But it was right there on your sheet. Like,
yeah, we would have pro formed that rate.
Right. So no, what you did was correct. That's what I'm saying. This is where a lot of our extra cash is coming from, is we're no longer selling that power at loss.
The cash we're coming from is because we haven't got any of our work plan.
No, Brett, there's a $700,000 difference in revenue that comes from right here.
He's saying, and I don't know what the rates were back then, but he's saying, if you look at Hoosier's rating, it's 7 cents and what was the off-peak 4 cents
Rate you're talking
or something like
The
that.
prior rate structure, so it would be the previous cost of service study. It was, again, we were selling it at 0.641 cents less than what we were.
PCA that applied to that?
Yeah.
Because the PCA, you gotta add the PCA to that, if there was a PCA.
So again, we did nothing wrong, but I brought this up on a couple different occasions. That's why we're generating extra revenue.
I don't think we're generating any extra revenue. The revenue's hitting right at plan.
But if you look, well, getting into the budget's a whole nother question. I really don't want to go there tonight, but this is black and white.
Generating revenue. Okay, so I think what the mistake assumption that you're making is that revenue moves depending on what sales are.
No,
We don't set revenue at the beginning of the year and say, okay, we need,
okay, let's stick on this. We were selling it at a loss before, now we're not. So it's creating an additional $700,000 plus for Decatur
I do
County
not
RUC.
correct at all. I think that is completely not right numbers.
So I challenge you to go back and look at the previous bills for industrial.
We did that with Lawrence Young for the entire board.
No, I'm saying compare the bills, not the bills, I'm sorry, the rate versus what Hoosier's rate is on energy. It's black and white.
Jeff, when you're saying before, what are you referring to? What, I mean, is it,
The current rate we were on prior to the rate redesign that we just had,
our rate redesign was effective when?
March
18.
18.
So what you're saying is prior to that,
We were selling it at a loss.
you're alleging is
Correct. And now, again, at $700,000 additional revenue that we have.
I don't know what those rates look like, but let me say this. Sometimes with pass-through rates, I don't know if you had a pass-through rate back then or not, but they have to be updated if the wholesale rate changes. In other words, if it's a pure straight pass-through, then if Hoosier changes their unit charges, you've got to change the pass-through unit charges so that they continue to match. Okay. The second thing is if it wasn't a pure pass-through and there was like a power cost adjustment or something like that that applied to it, then you've got to take the kilowatt hour charge from the rate and you've got to add to it the power cost adjustment or tracker or whatever else has to be added to it as well to get apples and apples. But I can't really answer.
No, and I appreciate you taking the time and looking.
I don't know what those rates look like.
You know how he's calculating it though, so when we get back,
I'll be glad to come in and work with you on that and show you how I calculated it.
that'd be great. Okay. Why would we use averages versus actual costs when actual cost was available? This one's been said many a time.
Well, that is, again, the difference in philosophy. And again, I respect what you're saying, Larry. Please don't say I don't.
Yeah,
But if we were charging our members what we are charged by Hoosier, we wouldn't be taking the average from, we wouldn't be moving the demand charge into 3 months. It would be spread out over 6. That's what I'm saying there.
So 5, 1, and 2 are exactly the same.
Suzanne, you had averages kind of bothered you. The use of averages kind of bothered you, and that was a question. Is your concerns encompassed in 5, 1, and 2, or is it?
Yeah, I
or is it
think when
something altogether different?
we did the Zoom call, the Skype meeting, and there was a few things that were used as averages. And I was confused as why, if we have the actual data to use, why would we use averages on anything? I think part of the answer is coming through Hoosier's averages in those 6 months and the non-6 months. But the actual data you use to create the cost of service study for our members, when you're comparing, let's say they're going from 2-part to 4-part, is going to be actual.
Right.
They're actual bills.
Or actual bills, right. And what.
So the only averaging that I'm understanding now will be Hoosiers? Everything else will be actual? Is that what I'm understanding now?
Everything is actual. So what we do, we'll put actual power bills in the study for the test year, for the 12-month period. Okay. If Hoosier has changed rates or is going to change rates, then we'll reprice those actual power bills at Hoosier's new rates so that there's a pro forma adjustment for purchase power to reflect what the rate is gonna be. We put rates into effect as opposed to what they were if they're gonna make a change. Now, if they're not gonna make a change, there's no pro forma adjustment.
The only averaging would be Hoosiers, not the actual data you use to create our members' new bill.
Right. Right. And we allocate it based on how it's incurred. In other words, the December, January, February, March, April, May costs are allocated to each class on how they contributed to the December, January, February demands that Hoosier used to build. And in June, July, August, September, October, November costs are allocated based on the June, July, August demands that Hoosier uses to bill it. Okay, so that is, we're not really moving it. I just showed what it looks like when you move it to illustrate what the costs look like. But in the study, we're using it to allocate. In other words, if you were a class, I would take the power bill costs for December through May, and I would look at how you contributed to the December, January, February demands, and I would allocate those costs to you based on what you contributed in those 3 months. And then I'd do the same in the summer. I'd take those 6 summer month costs and I would allocate them to you based on what you did in June, July, and August that hit the Hoosier power bill, which is how they bill it.
The last one, we had an industrial member who did a study on their bill, and they approached the board wanting to get off industrial rates on the commercial rates because of what I feel is the cost causation that industrial doesn't have. And when you compare the demand charges for industrial, it's $13.43. Coming off a wholesale, it's $17.31. And I just added those up quick. So, but I can't, if it was truly calculated correctly, there is no way any industrial member, because we're buying it cheaper, would ever want to come to the commercial or to the wholesale rate because it cost us more.
Yeah, I'd have to know the exact industrial rate because Hoosier's industrial rates aren't seasonal and they're not billed the same. So Hoosier's industrial rates, instead of the 3 month thing, their industrial rates is a straight monthly demand charge and then an energy charge. So it's a completely different animal than the standard rate that everybody else gets billed on. So I have to look at the rate, the exact rate you're talking about, and then I could probably answer your question. And I can do that if you want me to go back and take a look at it. I can send Beretta.
I am not going to ask you to spend any money.
Okay.
That's for the board to discuss and decide. I'm not going to do that. But the last thing that you and I had talked about when I paid to talk to you was the discrepancy in large commercial, how Decatur County REMC on Hoosier's billing study is so much cheaper than the average. We're by far the least. And that's what I'm saying. If you have a large consumption, as you've done with the cost causation within our billing, to me, there seems to be a huge discrepancy. There's no way out of $2,500, we should be $600 less than average.
That has to do with the study from IEC, which is because of the whole load factor. It's that data.
But it should be the same for every REMC because they're plugging the same data in for everybody's.
No, it's not.
Okay. But then they're giving us false data then.
No.
Yeah, I'm not saying they're going to give you false data, but you've got to be careful how you look at those surveys.
No, and I totally agree, but that to me was giving me
Right.
I was striving to dig into this. Why? Why are our super large commercial members so dirt cheap?
There's several things you've got to keep in mind, and it's good to research those kinds of things, I think. In other words, I don't think there's anything wrong with trying to figure out why do we rank where we rank in those surveys. But there's lots of things that influence those. One is within each board, when they look at a cost of service study, not every cost of service study looks the same. In other words, sometimes you might have commercial rates that have high rates of return, residential rates that have low rates of return. Sometimes you may have the opposite. You may have residential rates that have high rates of return, commercial rates that have very low rates of return. So when you start comparing them, you might think something doesn't look right here, but it's purely driven.
Well, it definitely doesn't look right.
Yeah, it's purely driven.
I mean,
And then you also get into rate design. In other words, 2-part rates versus 3-part rates versus 4-part rates. And if some of those, there's some cooperatives in the United States that have 0 demand rates. Even their large members are billed on an energy rate. So if you're comparing like an energy rate to a 4-part demand rate, they're not going to look right syncing up to each other. So
logic is Hoosier was plugging all 18 members' rates that the members into the same calculation. And it was coming up almost $600 difference monthly bill.
yeah, and that's worth exploring. I'm just saying that doesn't necessarily mean something's wrong.
Okay, thank you.
It could mean that other boards have made different decisions than you've made.
It's like our $37 service charge. So everyone else is trying to get there because of it's cost causation, right? We're already there. We've been there for years, but that will impact your cost per kWh if you do it. So the reason we look different is because we're a lot more closer to actual cost.
No, this is commercial. I'm not looking at
No,
residential.
I know. Energy and demand, we are so much closer to actual cost than all the other RMCs. And the way they load the power factor into that study, it trues ours. And we covered that. We went over that last time Larry came in of why that is.
But those surveys are interesting, but before you think, something might be wrong with something that we've done, it is worth it to try to explore. And there's only so much you can explore too, because you're not in those other.
That's why I brought it to your attention when we talked at the Zoom meetings.
Show me that.
Anything else?
I'll be available tomorrow afternoon. I'll be in.
I just want clarity. This is something, and I'm sorry to belabor the point, but we need closure on this issue. So what's the action item we walked away from here that we can have resolution by next month's meeting? We've got to have resolution on this. We've been kicking this can down the road for a year.
I'll be in to talk to Matt and Brett tomorrow.
Okay, but does it not affect Larry?
If he didn't see what our previous bills were, he wouldn't have known. But someone here should have caught it, is my opinion.
Okay, so
I think we've looked at this 700 before and again, we'll go through it, but I don't believe that's a true statement. I think we're using numbers that aren't correct.
So you meeting with Brett and Matt is going to provide closure to this issue and we're going to be done.
For that topic, yes.
What other topics remain?
I still, well, but that's where I would like to, is Guernsey one of the 3 that's awesome? Because if they did Hoosiers and they can match ours to Hoosiers, and they've done it before, that would be what I'd recommend to do.
And I've got an email from Guernsey saying that the way that we do it is how you pretty much have to do it.
Okay.
I'll send that.
We just got to have closure. We can't continue to spend the amount of time each month on this that we spent for a year and a half or a year plus. So I'm just asking, what's the action items and will they be completed by next month's meeting?
I don't know how else we can explain these onto the same thing. I mean, what we get charged at the end of the day is what the meter reads during the peak months. End of story. I mean, that's just the way it is.
Dale,
Yes.
I'm hoping Mike talked with
Matt and Brett, I will get closure. And tomorrow, I'm hoping to be in tomorrow afternoon. I don't have to try. Can someone please distribute a summary of what occurs tomorrow? Because I'd like to come to next month's meeting with the expectation that it's resolved.
What time are you guys gonna meet tomorrow?
Probably be after one work for you guys.
I can make it work. I can make whatever work.
Please.
Thank you.
Jason, are you still with us?
I'm here.
Okay. Do you have any questions, Jason?
No, I had some for Larry, but I'm gonna reserve them for another time. We've
Okay.
spent time on this tonight. Thanks.
Okay.
I thought maybe I'd put you to sleep.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
All right. Everybody else good for the time being? Larry, thank you very much.
No problem. No problem.
Thanks so much, Larry.
Stick around.
I have a meeting scheduled with Brett tomorrow. I knew I had something, so yes, I would be.
Safe travels.
Thank you. Good talking to you all. I hope you got a lot out of it.
Bye, Larry.
Bye.
All right. Everybody ready? Do we need a quick break or we try to get you to the director of elections first and then maybe take a quick break after that? Right. So, Dawn Wickens is with us. I think we need to open it for nominations again. So start where we left off.
My understanding, we were gonna start where we left off. The first meeting.
Was it, yeah, still let's verify that. 'Cause-
The presentations from the.
Yeah, the presentations from.
Well, I'm gonna ask for a vote before that. Okay. I'm gonna offer a vote or I want to see my vote, but if we don't have to renominate, then let's go ahead and do a vote for the nominations for the chairman.
I'm gonna nominate Jeff Lawrence, chairman.
Well, I think we said that's where we're gonna leave it, correct?
Oh, nothing.
So we've got Jeff and we've got Dale that are up for the chairman. So I think we'll go ahead and vote. Jason, did you hear that?
Yes, I did. I sent my text in. If he didn't get it, he needs to let me know.
Okay. Don, you want to hand those out then for the chairman? Hey, Jason, are you texting Don?
Yeah, I already sent it to him.
Okay.
Votes 4-4.
Okay, so we have a 4-4 vote. Recommendation, or I think somebody had mentioned something about getting the information from both of them. I don't know. I didn't get anything.
I've got mine.
I sent mine to Jason because he was one that requested it.
Okay. So, why don't we go ahead and who goes first? Tell us a little bit.
Up to you, Dale. I am a lifelong resident of Decatur County. I served in the United States Navy as a cryptological maintenance technician for over 7 years. After being honorably discharged, I was the third person hired, the first from the local area by Blackstone Engine Cooling, now known as Valvia. I was a local liaison for the construction of the building. After 5 years with Valio in January of 1993, I was recruited to be the maintenance supervisor at the Greensburg James River plant. Other positions I held within the company were bag production manager, process engineer. Currently, I'm a field service technician assigned to some of PrintPak's largest customers. I've been employed with PrintPak for the past 28 years. It was during my employment with these two manufacturing plants that I realized the disparity of the cost of electrical power between Decatur County REMC, industrial and residential members. I also noticed the huge difference industrial members and residential members were receiving in annual capital credits. In March of 2017, I was elected to the Decatur County Board of Directors. In my first meeting, I was issued an iPad from Decatur County REMC that was completely blank. All previous meeting minutes, budgets, and Decatur County REMC information had been deleted. I also discovered that the bylaws had been changed in February of 2017 to no longer require a unanimous vote of the Board of Directors, but a simple majority of the directors to remove another director. Also implemented at that time was a director conduct policy, originally known as the rogue director policy. In June 2020, I was elected for a second term. Accomplishments and focused areas during my 4 years of service as Decatur County REMC director. Capital credits. Capital credits are now issued based on revenue versus consumption. Unclaimed capital credits are now moved to permanent equity versus rolled back into the 30-year cycle. Over $3.5 million in economic development rate capital credits will be moved to permanent equity and not paid out. In 2020, approximately $305,000 was returned to the member the same year instead of being held in capital credits for 30 years. Rate structure, focusing on removing all subsidies between and within rates. No longer selling KWH to industry at a loss, resulting in $700,000 of annual revenue for the cooperative. Budgets. Accurate budgets is paramount. Focused on requiring competitive bids for right-of-way maintenance prior to the budgets versus time and material resulted in some scenarios of a 50% savings. Competitive quotes for all capital projects should be part of the finalized budget. I have been an advocate of replacing condemned poles. Currently, there are meter poles dating back to 2016 that I do not believe are even in the 2021 budget to be replaced. Debt. Debt and interest rates must be managed. Debt information should not be withheld from the directors. Broadband. Currently serving on the broadband subcommittee. Focus to provide high-speed internet to all Decatur County REMC members at a reasonable cost. Did not support spending millions of dollars to subsidize a local company for the installation of fiber lines when wireless technology is available. Currently, over 100 Decatur County residents are enjoying this high-speed internet service. Later this year, this service is scheduled to be available in parts of southwestern Franklin County, northwestern Ripley County, and northern Jennings County. Transparency is vital to an effective board. I will not tolerate disparity regarding sharing and providing information to the board of directors. All directors should be treated equally. As the chairman, I will not blindside any director because their beliefs are different than mine. It is my belief that the hierarchy of Decatur County REMC starts with the member owners. I have held the office of vice chairman of Decatur County REMC. I am the second most senior director on the board. I feel my accomplishments, focus, beliefs, and character speak for my qualifications to hold the position of chairman of the board of Decatur County REMC.
Bill?
I should have went first. I'm not going to go into my bio. I wasn't sure exactly what was asked for, because quite honestly, I don't think that's relevant to me sitting here as a director. I, like Jeff, have been working for me some years and have worked in a variety of things. But what I responded to was just what has occurred since I've been a director here. I've been on the board for 3 years, was re-elected this past June. But before the completion of my first 3-year term, I completed my CCD training, which to date, Jeff, I think you've been on the board longer, and I'm not sure that you have completed yours. I've been on the broadband committee with you and have not missed any meetings. From a personal standpoint, as far as communication, during this contested election information, there were several emails I sent specifically to you asking for a response, and you never even extended the courtesy to respond to me. I have attended any DCRMC member engagement function that I could, obviously working full time. I have yet to not attend a director's meeting, nor walk out of a meeting before the executive session is completed. And I don't think that's necessarily the same for Jeff. I feel like my relationship with Brett, as well as the staff, is good, and I have a very good working relationship with them. And I just think I've learned a lot. I've learned a lot. I got a lot more to learn, but I think I'm suited for the position.
All right, thank you. We'll vote again. Jason, you still there?
I'm here.
We're voting.
Yeah, I sent it.
Okay. Yes, I have.
Votes 4-4.
Votes 4-4. Okay, I'm gonna try one other thing. I want to go around the room. And I want you to give your most important attribute of a chairman. And if you want to mention anything else at that time, now's the time to do it. So we'll start with Clay.
They need to know the business. They need to know what's going on within the organization, and how it functions.
Okay. Anything else? We'll go to Suzanne.
I would say, based on the tie, longevity, seniority, history, background.
Okay. Carl.
I'm the same with Suzanne, as far as longevity. He's also been assistant chairman. So we know what's going on there. So
Right?
I think the chairman has to be able to communicate with Brett in setting up the agenda. I'm not sure that Jeff is able to communicate properly with Brett. Past practices. And since we have seen what Jeff has done with employees, I will never vote for him as chairman.
Right? Jason?
Yeah, I think the chairman needs to be objective, listen to all sides and correspond with all people. That has not been my experience with Jeff. Once you don't agree with what he says, he stops all communication with you.
Okay. And I'm going to comment on the communication piece as well. It's probably, in my opinion, the most critical. And communication goes both ways, without a doubt. But there have been a few times of recent that I've also sent out an email and haven't, excuse me, haven't got a response. I would also say attending, participating in all our EMC events. You know, we can go back to the last strategic event and it didn't happen. And so, you know, again, I think it's very critical for a chairman to do it well. All right, we're gonna try it one more time.
Thank you.
I vote 4-4.
Guys, I don't have any other ideas at this point.
I would suggest you continue to be chairman of the board.
I still think we're gonna have to consider working through it. Still have other offices to consider as well, so.
I mean, 4-4 tie, not getting passed. That means we'll need to either compromise or make a deal somehow. My suggestion is Dale is chairman. Jeff, you decide all the other officers.
If I'm chairman, he can just,
Well, I've already made my statement about you being chairman, so.
and that's fine.
Such thing as a co-chair.
I've considered asking those questions. I have not asked.
Well, it's the first time I've seen this show and I'm asking now.
We can find out. I mean, we'd have to make an amendment to the bylaw. Right.
Who would run the meeting as co-chairs?
But they just find out the agendas. Go down the list. Doesn't seem as big too.
I'd like
Yeah.
to know that, oh, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, Brian, go ahead.
I'd like to know the status of Jeff's solar tariff. It's my understanding that he had his own special solar tariff and is being reimbursed more than any other member other than one on our system. If you're on the executive committee, are you willing to give that up? The board has asked you to do it before and you refused.
That was prior to him being on the board of directors. Is that correct?
Yes, but once he got on the board of directors, the board asked him if he would relinquish his rate in an effort to be fair and transparent, and he refused.
Okay, Jason, so I relinquished my rate. The other 2 or 3 that are on it still maintain it though, correct? I don't want to give anything up for them. I believe there are 3 left. There were 4. There's just 1. Yes, I will relinquish that rate.
All right, I think, come back. Oh,
You're going to investigate the co-chair?
Yeah, well, that's, I mean, as a board, we have to be in agreement with that. Convinced that we'll have that vote.
Big 4-4.
Well, I mean, even to allow a coach, that's what I'm saying, to allow a co-chair, I don't know if we can get through that. So I will do investigating first before we do something like that. Are you good with that?
Good. Can we do other officer elections or what have to?
I think we're gonna have to wait, I think. Like the secretary. Well, thank you very much. All right, we'll take a quick, give us a 5-minute break. Okay. Okay.
Real quick, before you leave, Melanie, or I don't know if you dealt with Hughes, or you've probably dealt with Melanie. She lost her husband. He was 61. I'm not sure of any other details than it was not expected. I'm going to send this around. I feel like you have to, but if you want to, actually, I'm just going to put it right here. If you want to sign it, you can.
What is?
Probably not.
You can open it though.
Study.
Over 700,000.
Yeah.
I'll give him a beer next time. Well, he can buy me a beer.
I'm real interested in the Southeastern belt. So I'm asking. I could look at that.
I just got close to all.
I had no idea.
So that, it just seems like every, back with it. It says, together. I keep saying,
It's online. Yeah, I pulled it up on my phone. I just.
How much?
I pulled up every. See where we are. I done those today. I didn't follow this. A couple of them, but. 22. Yeah, you should be around 15. I always like to be in the middle. Well, thank you, but we've come a long way. Yes. And that's where I'm saying. Appreciate it.
Well, thank you for coming.
The members, you're gonna even that out between the, where we land within the comparison, because it's on the dashboard. You've seen it, haven't you, this year?
Oh, don't you hate when that happens? We can tell you why. It's like.
I don't get these rich guys. Actually, you see me doing what I do. I have to ask.
I suck.
I don't know. He said, here's having co-ops in. Crystal, don't you have any? I just have a number. No, no.
We still have one person. That person is better than, you know, how information.
You go look at their.
Yeah.
That's exactly.
And none at all.
That's what I did too.
But here's what I want. And he didn't, he says, you don't want to change. He doesn't want to.
I can see.
He's like, I was a math teacher and I know. And I'm like, well, maybe you're trying to.
But you tell me.
Yeah, I should. I don't. That's the average. No, I have to know.
Candy bar.
You want one? I'm gonna get one.
We need those fundraisers
I know.
halftime, don't we?
No.
So the kids sell like candy bars to bring them during halftime here.
Looking at there.
Go get a concession stand for halftime.
We need one. Actually, there's candy in there if you want some.
We just need to get the kids that are selling candy in schools to fill the box.
Do you want something? I can go grab some.
Hey, I'll be bouncing off the walls like a kid.
Don't do like I do. So I always drink a bunch of coffee and stuff and here, and I go home, and guess what?
Out there.
All night, can't sleep.
Winning time.
Never had a cup of coffee yet.
I've never tasted a comparison on our end.
Had a cup of coffee yet. Love the smell of them. A lot of tea.
We should see where I'm going.
I know where.
So fair rates, that's all I'm like, and but I want. You know. Shouldn't be. Industrial.
I haven't seen that. I have seen that.
Just one.
The other thing that I want to try this.
I dropped that paper.
I actually.
Forms.
Bunch of on that. Yeah.
You get approved, so, but the other.
What I do is I back on that everything because they.
But that's why, this,
Yeah.
to me, it's incredible work. But quiet, because it shows we're balanced operating expense mistake. And I usually.
Oh my God.
The new one's not next to the guy.
I printed it off.
I need to ask you, so I apologize, but you came over here, so, but yes, I will ask you. I can tell you did. It's good. It's good. It's good.
I keep it on the floor. I saw it in the last, I've worked on it the last.
So I followed that, but I didn't. Bigger show for.
Believe that when you're done.
You're home, I'm with you. No, I think we should. Monday. Monday.
Everybody about north and south, what are they doing?
No, we're not doing that yet.
Yeah.
Matt said, no, they're not gonna do it.
I said yet.
I'm just teasing.
You in north or south?
North. Never south, never take this.
I know somebody on the school.
I didn't know where the line of demarcation was.
I didn't hear this. They were talking about the schools virtual.
2 weeks.
Nope, never south, never Batesville.
So the center of the universe, how we doing there? That's what you're trying.
Pretty well.
I thought I could easily decipher what you were saying. It didn't.
Right, but it's over.
Been there for. take great pride that we sign out to state champions. I was the captain of the team. No, the academic. I was the nerd. I graduated, when I graduated high school, I was like 5'10" and about 150.
5'10".
When I came back as a sophomore in college, I was about 30, so.
All Greensburg sport.
Then, now I'm about 50, but
Everything's canceled for 2 weeks.
Everything's canceled for 2 weeks after, COVID doesn't shut until Monday.
That's right.
So it's okay for Friday night.
It's okay, right.
Kind of like if you're 5'8" apart, your contact tracing, if you're 6'1", you don't get it.
Play, it can
Minutes
play
with
other.
somebody, you don't get it. If you're 16.
Play a lot of parts that I.
So it's bad enough to shut down for 2 weeks, but not bad enough to shut down Friday night. I have nephews and son and husband that all play football, so I get it, but.
yeah.
Well,
I think things will get canceled, actually. Really. I think things are all gonna get canceled quick. With Greensburg doing it, they're not positive, they're routine, right?
Yeah,
I think everybody kind of works together.
It's helped. I mean, it's just taken.
I don't know. It's not getting better anytime soon.
maybe it will be tomorrow morning.
You think? Do what?
Alabama's gonna be disabled.
Ray Farmington Ops.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure you might, if you would, check it out.
I don't watch the news, my mom.
Yeah, there was 2 suicide bombers.
It must have been in the afternoon, because mom calls me every morning to tell me.
I think we lost 12 service members today.
I have not heard that.
Yeah.
I've not listened to the news.
I hope the bomb that went off today at the airport.
1 or 2.
They said there was suicide bombers. Who knows?
Jason, you done with your break?
We lost 12 service members from what I
Really? I didn't hear that part. I heard wounded, but I didn't hear
So.
anybody passed through. That's good.
know, and it's not always.
Jason, you still on?
It's not always.
I'm ready.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll continue where we left off.
Safety. Okay, so cool moment, and I'll slide through these pretty quick. Cool moment. We did host here the 4-H electric project we do every year for 4-H. And then we actually had an opportunity through IEC, so our statewide, to, if you went to the state fair, now I can't remember the name of the village that they have, but anyways, we had sent a couple, what is it? Pioneer Village. We sent a couple folks and they got to meet the first lady up there. So I thought that was kind of cool. And then safety minute, of course, we're all talking about it. So we'll just talk about it more, I guess. We are obviously in orange. We've only had one issue where we had an employee whose son or daughter was contact traced and had some symptoms. We did quarantine per our policy. So what we're doing is following the CDC guidelines where it applied, where it's applicable for our risk tolerance. Obviously, right now, there is no mandates against this. There's nothing that we absolutely have to do, but we're also, last thing we want to do is have our guys get sick and then we have nobody to respond to outages. So our risk tolerance probably isn't as high as, but anyways, we are monitoring it. We're trying to do the things that we can do easily. So.
Right. So we have 3 meeting minutes to approve. The first one goes back to June, the July regular meeting and the July special meeting. And so I think the best approach is probably to do them one at a time. So we'll start with the June meeting and I'll need a motion to approve.
Make a motion.
Second. Okay, so we have a first, Suzanne, Jeff, second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Opposed, say. Okay, the July regular meeting. I need a motion to approve minutes from that meeting.
my understanding there was notifications from the others
From the others.
not being here. I know. And then here it says it was not present without notification. I'm a little stumped on that one.
I thought you knew I wasn't coming. I was the one,
I did not know you.
I was the one that asked for the meeting to be changed, and we all agreed to change it to the 28th.
No.
No.
Time out, real quick.
Jeff, I'm not gonna let you say that I agreed. I never agreed.
Nobody said anything though, when Aaron was here. The
Oh.
28th would work.
It was the 29th.
It was the 29th, but it was moved to the 28th because her husband couldn't attend.
We said we would have to hear from everybody, Jeff. And then I, as the chairman, made the decision. It was me alone that made the decision to have a special July board meeting. I emailed you. I referenced that a moment ago. I emailed you and you did not respond. I didn't know you were going to be here. Carl, you told me you were going to be here. I talked on the phone to you. You can deny it all you want. You can deny it all you want. You told me you were going to be here. Never once did I hear. Did you call me? Did you tell me?
I told you that the meeting was supposed to be on the 24th and it was changed to the 29th. Then it went from the 29th to the 28th, and that's what it was supposed to be.
When we were on the phone, do you remember telling me you were going to be at both meetings?
No, I did not tell you that.
Fine. Suzanne,
I didn't. I told you I was not going to attend.
because you had prior commitments?
I had prior family coming out from town and I could not even log in. Yes.
So did you know that?
I told you that
Did you know that before you were elected? Because don't we meet every Thursday?
and that was the first meeting I have missed since I've been on the board.
No, I don't think so.
I attended virtually when I was in Oklahoma.
We had a
That was the first,
special meeting.
that was the first regular board meeting I had missed.
At the end of the meeting.
That was the first regular board meeting I had ever missed.
But so are you suggesting, Clay?
I understand it says here without notification.
At the end of June, I informed you. I didn't,
You didn't inform me. I'm just saying, you informed me.
in June, I told you I could not attend that night. In June, I knew that. I knew we had family coming out from town.
But I believe that the minutes respond according to what I know.
That's fine.
Are you making a motion, Clay, to change them?
I'm just saying it did, simply bringing it up that there was discrepancy of this, but what was.
I requested the meeting to be changed and you agreed.
I said we're going to see if everything.
And there was 3 of us that couldn't attend and you still went ahead and had the meeting.
But you originally told me, I'm going to make a comment. You originally told me it was going to be easier if we moved the meeting. You never did tell me you couldn't make it.
Okay, that's on me.
All right, well, I need a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Yeah, so moved.
So we have a first and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same.
Only the 4 that were there can vote, correct? How can you vote on the minutes of a meeting?
Yeah, that's a good point. I honestly,
I mean, it doesn't matter. It's just a,
semantic.
yeah, it's semantics, but you can't approve the minutes from the meeting you didn't attend.
The July special meeting. I need a motion to approve that. That's from you.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, somebody second?
Second.
Jeff seconds. And Jeff. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, same. All right, Brett, we're ready for your CEO report.
All right, if I need to speed up, somebody just throw something at me and I'll speed faster. So last month, we completed a couple of things that went on that were big. RESAP certification, so we do it every year. It's an important piece of our safety certifications with the state. We passed. Obviously, there's some opportunities, but we will work on those. Q3, we finished our Q3 risk review. We completed our 2021 survey, which we're going to go over the results. Crystal got the capital credit checks issued on, capital credit checks and credits, depending on if you're a member or not. They were issued on the week of August 2nd. Crystal and Pat went to the Safety Summit, and then I went to the CEO conference. The other thing that's been going on that's pretty big is we have a bigger load coming in. Actually, it's not huge, but it is a large power load. It starts out at just under a meg, and within 2 years, it's supposed to be between 4 to 5 megs. Problem with that is when we get into 45 megs, Santee and New Point will not support it. So we are working with huge, the current infrastructure won't support it. So there's going to be quite a bit of rebuild and possibly a transformer change out at the substation. So we're working with user to see on how that gets done. We obviously have 2 years before that second one. The first phase we'll be able to support with the existing infrastructure other than a transformer. So we did purchase a transformer about a week ago to support that load. That's where it's kind of at right now. So good news, but then it's moving quickly. So, go through the company metrics real quick. So as far as July, it's hard for me to do this because now I got to think back to July, right? So if you think back to July, about the 5-year average. So I felt like it was really, really hot in July, but obviously not. It was right on our 5-year average. You look at the cooling degree days in July, though, it was just above it. So there was actually more days that were hotter that you don't see on the median. Energy usage. So if you look at KWH in July, so right here's the green. We were down quite a bit from the 5-year average, but our demand was basically in line. As far as outages, so this right here is July, pretty quiet, honestly. That's the storm that we had. But it's been pretty quiet as far as outages. You look at lost consumer hours, here's July. Lost consumer hours were less than 5-year average. Same thing with number of outages were up just a bit from our 5-year average in July. Yep.
Can I just make a comment on outages?
Sure.
I had one, and down the road had one also.
Yep.
And I'm not saying that I'm not very good at getting on the phone and calling in, but it was on a Saturday morning. And when I called in to try to report it, I get this 15-minute ring roar of how to get it reported and stuff. It's glad that I know somebody on the back there. I can call them up and say, hey, who's on the daggone weekend call? And then the neighbors up the road, which there was only 2 houses that got out on that, that was just either Monday or Tuesday, I can't remember. Bird calls it. So I went up and talked to them and said, hey, did you report it? Because I knew the other couple down the road are in their 70s, and they probably would just say, hey, come back home, whatever. But the woman in the house said she was so frustrated of trying to report it and went through so many things that she threw her phone across.
You know what days these work? What we can do is I can have Crystal go back and talk to.
Well, they went on, finally, her husband went on his smartphone and found some. But my point is, not everybody, what they want to do is call up 663-3391. Yep. And that don't really work. I mean, it goes through so much. We got to get something to where the common person can just do it. Or have it on their bill saying, hey, if you have an outage, call this number.
But it's the same number, so no matter,
It's
3391 is gonna roll over to CRC. And all the 50 questions that they have to ask are for security reasons. So they're gonna go through, what is your phone number, what's the address, what's the name on the account? Like, they are gonna go through a lot of questions.
Right.
Because they gotta make sure that they're talking to the member. And I know that when you have an outage, it probably seems like it's not. But there is, there are several steps and questions that they have to.
Oh, yeah.
That's just their protocol. I mean,
15 or 20 minutes, and then they put you on hold and say, I'll be back with you. When I got 2,000 head of pigs in the building, I ain't got time to jack around.
which, I mean, we can get that recording and see exactly what took so long. I mean, it shouldn't take 15 or 20 minutes, but there are gonna be several questions that get asked
I know.
to make sure that so they can locate the right account.
Put it this way, it's not very user-friendly. Not friendly at all.
We'll go back and look at those specific ones, Carl. You were on both outages that you're talking
I
about?
know exactly.
I was on one outage, the neighbors were on the other outage, which is only stone's throw away from my house. It's just it's on 120 and 300, and the line heads to the west off of
Okay. Okay. Yep.
CT. I think
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Then our 30-day, I don't know what Crystal's doing differently, but I tell you, our 30 and 60, 90 day, or both 30, 60 and 90 day are all well below averages, or 5-year average. So those look really, really good.
Well, and just a heads up for next month, it's probably not gonna look that hot. We have one account specifically that is having some issues, and their account is really far past due. And it's not probably gonna get paid before the end of the month. So you're gonna see all of those numbers tick up because of one account. Just FYI.
Fairly sizable.
Yeah.
And then safety crew visits, Pat is aware of this. We're behind the buck right now on crew visits. We're going to contact IC, see if they can help us out on some of these, but we are committed to the 20 crew visits that we originally signed up for on goals. And then near misses and corrective actions continue to grow. I think those are both really, really good numbers. Our safety committee, in my opinion, is doing what it should be doing. So then as far as projects, I want to hit up a few kind of project updates where we're at. So we are down to about 14 projects left. We did complete one last month. We implemented, which it actually doesn't implement. We decided on what we were going to go with as far as our performance review evaluation tool. So that project is done. Pole replacements, D&T Power is, we're doing that through. They're basically waiting on materials. So just like everything else, waiting on materials. Should be hopefully, if not tomorrow, the beginning of next week, we'll be getting started on pole replacements. Meter pulls, we met with the crews out back to get some input on some of the scenarios. I'm probably going to report that out to the board because we're going to possibly need some help financially on some of the options that we have to bring forward. So hopefully next month we can have something to do from that. Our regular construction work plan projects so there's 3 projects this year. 1 and 3 are in the bidding process. I think bids are due tomorrow. And then project 2 is in the engineering phase. So right now, both pole replacements and our construction work plan is still on track to be completed by the end of the year. Vision and strategic planning, I sent you guys all a doodle poll. Jeff, I think you and Clay, did you end up responding to that? So there's in your inbox, there's a doodle. I'm trying to get dates that we can do that. I think I got everybody else.
Yeah, you did.
Okay.
I mean, everybody else was on that. Well, I didn't look today. Did you do it?
I have not. So once we land on a date, we'll get that scheduled and planned and ready to go. Any questions on any other projects? Right.
Well, in the interest of speed in general, the balance sheet hasn't changed a whole lot. Unless anybody has any questions on that, I'm just gonna skip over that. Financial or on the income statement, we are about 1.36% behind, and it's all pretty much in industrials or behind in parts in general. I mean, they're just not getting stuff, which everybody's aware of. And then controllable expenses, they're behind because we're still working on the right of way and we haven't got all the bills that they've completed. Plus, they're not as far along as maybe what we hoped. Our cash increased $160,000 for the month. I don't think we're probably going to be borrowing money based off our cash flow anytime soon. It's going to be either November, December, depending on how the construction work plan comes in and the right of way stuff. But as of now, we don't have the bills. We're going to be borrowing anything.
With that being said, can you change that on the graph?
I can.
We actually just talked about that.
We talked about this.
We're up 1.2 million in cash for the month.
600,000 for the year. So,
Yes,
thank you.
we discussed whether or not to change the graph and I talked to Jenny about that too. And she said, well, leave it because that was what was budgeted. But I changed what the graph showed we would borrow. Let's see, next is electricity, power cost margins. Sales of electricity are down, power cost is down, but margins are pretty much right in line. As far as our KWH and sales breakdown, as you can see, everything's off just a hair except for commercial. It's the one that's ahead, 0.64, and everything else is a little behind. Anybody have any questions on that? And then the controllable, talked about, it's running behind budget because of right away stuff and then the last one here is the plan investment. As you can see, the actuals versus the budget and the latest estimate is the orange, the actual is the left one, the estimate is the middle one, and the right and the far right one is the budget. So we still anticipate getting everything done, but we're not super far along yet on all the costs coming through.
One thing I did, while we're talking about financials, that I did want to discuss with the board was our plan was actually this month, since the month before we weren't together all. So would you guys entertain us bringing our CapEx project? So we get into this every year where we get the approval for the CapEx dollars, work plan projects during budget, which means, you start the year off already behind. And there's a ton of work that has to be done, to be able to get bids out and get everything completed. You can tell already, we haven't even started these projects this year. We've been working on it pretty diligently since January. So some of the thought, and I think Jeff, you even mentioned earlier too, that it'd be nice to have bids coming into an actual budget cycle. So we had talked about pitching those projects next month in here where we can approve those CapEx dollars, even though it's not a budget cycle. We can approve those CapEx dollars so that we can get going. The two things that does is, number one, we can actually start sending out bids and all that at the beginning of the year instead of all that paperwork that's got to be done ahead of time. And number two, we'll actually be able to do, Jeff, what you said. The reason you can't do that today is because of the way you have to bid it out and all. I mean, that whole process is set by RUS. But if we actually were able to get approval next month or even the month after that, we could actually get PSE going on starting to get bids. And then we could actually use, real bids in our budget in November. But I don't want to go get real bids because you're already committed at that point through the RUS process if you guys don't approve it beforehand. I don't know if that makes sense or not, but what I would suggest or recommend is that we bring the CapEx, specifically just work plan project CapEx ask next month, get approval so that we can, number one, have actual bid numbers in the budget. And number two, get started at the beginning of the year instead of how we're doing now, because we're going to be rushed until the end of the year to get these done. Does anybody have a problem with that?
I don't have a problem. I would suggest though, that if we're going to do that, to me, it almost makes sense to present it next month and approve it the following month.
And I'm fine with that. Yeah.
Because it just, that's a lot of information to hear, digest and act on that same night. I mean, I think prudent thing would be presented.
That still gets us in front of
Presented in September.
December time.
Approve it in October. That's still much sooner than otherwise.
Anybody else have a problem with it?
No. Anybody else good?
Jeff, you good?
Yeah. Second thing I wanted to bring up is right away. We don't have a specific project because right away is something that's budgeted every year, but who we are using this year, in my opinion, and then the guys that are running this, we're way behind. You can see it in invoicing. I've had several conference calls with the VP and the CEO of the company in the last couple months. And we basically just are getting told that labor is hard to find. They keep having turnover. And they're not being able to keep crews on staff. So I have asked and asked and asked for alternatives to the point where I'm almost ready to ask, can I go get a different company to do this? Although we are in a contract, so right now I can't do that. And I don't even know if there's other companies that have available crews or not. But right now I would say we are off track getting that entire number spent for right of way. Unless what they're trying to do is right now we have seven working on the right of way. And we've been told by October, they'll have 14 and that they're going to be able to speed to it very quickly. But I'm not completely comfortable with that yet. So, and we don't care how many people they use because it's all bid work, although we care that it gets done by the end of the year. Questions?
Consider switching companies. Is there any reason to believe that other companies are not experiencing the same?
No, we have no idea. We could get the same thing. Doesn't hurt to ask, I guess. All right. Any other questions financially?
I think we're good.
Yep. Keep moving. All right, so we did our risk analysis or our risk. Basically, the process is we sit down. I get my staff together and we go over. We have a big sheet that assessed our business risk. We do it quarterly, and so I report out to the board quarterly on this. Here. So the main thing is we met on August 6th, and we closed out too. So we have this NAVEX program in place now. And this is the program that, we always talk about. We have old policies, old bylaws, SOPs, were written. So this is going to keep us on a regular retrain and a regular rewrite cycle. So you guys are going to start seeing those come to the board meetings. I know we were doing really good there for a while, keeping up on reviews. This software will keep us on track to doing that. So that risk was closed. And then we did have a COVID lessons learned risk that was identified that we actually covered in our ops review. So we closed that. With that said, we opened a ton. And I'm not going to go through these all in great detail. I just kind of wanted to show, these are all called. I kind of wanted to show, if you saw a ton of red here, obviously that would be pretty alarming. The things that we added, I think, are manageable. And that's kind of how we're working through it. So right now, management believes we have mitigations in place to operate at an acceptable risk level. We have identified some projects that will be resourced and discussed in our budget review and potentially become 2022 projects. So any questions on any of the new ones or anything from the report? Any board risks that you guys don't see identified? If there is, give me a call. That's kind of the idea is that you see what we're seeing. But if you think of something that we're not thinking that is a risk to the company and we need to be mitigating that, feel free to give me a call and we can add it.
Agree with that. Sheila, right now.
Okay. Go ahead. Yeah, the community trust,
Information.
I'm hoping you're going to approve it because you approved it on email. But typically what I do learn from, or what I have learned from legal is anytime you do a motion and an approval through email, that we should still follow up with an actual formal. So we've already actually had the meeting, so I'm kind of hoping you'll approve this, but we need to approve the nominations.
So we need to make a motion and.
Motion. Yes, we need a motion.
Motion.
Okay, sure.
Both Kevin.
Second.
Suzanne seconds.
All in favor, say aye.
Fine.
Opposed, say, okay. So we'll go on to the strategic planning.
So I don't really have anything on the strategic report outs. I just thought that we're going to talk about these in more grave detail, those two reports, once we do our strategic planning event, hopefully in the next couple months. Those were really just for your information. There's nothing I really need from them. If you have questions and stuff, you'll have an opportunity at our strategic planning that we can kind of go through that together. Unless you have something you want to ask now.
Sounds good. Anybody see anything that they have question for Brett now? Okay, we will go into the employee satisfaction.
All right, so every year we do employee satisfaction survey. It's based upon a scoring system that SHRM acknowledges. It's basically, I think there's like 10 or 15 questions. They're the same 15 or so questions every year. The idea is that every year we score this, we look for opportunities, and that's kind of what I'm going to go over with you. The opportunities, the next step is we'll have Huser bring in their HR person. We're going to do small groups. I think it's next week, isn't it? It's either next week or the week after.
No, it's the end of September.
So typically what we do is these questions that you ask in the employee survey are very, very high level. So anything that we see an opportunity on, we basically will have a group come in. I do not participate in these, so people are able to speak whatever they want to speak. But the idea of the focus groups are to drill down into why folks answered the way they did. And again, we're looking for opportunities to improve. And then anything that comes out of those focus groups will get put onto our project plan, and they'll get resourced into if needed budget to work for next year's project. So I thought I'd go over the summary. So there's two baselines. There's the 2017 and 2018. So the reason they're different is when I first got here in 2017, we rushed, got one done. And then 2018, we changed, we added like 4 questions. So it changed the baseline score. So you're always going to be looking at 2 scores. So if you look at the improvement since 2017, we're at about 160% over 2017, and then 113% over the 18 scores. So over last year, it's 9.2 and 6.6. So in other words, a 9.2% increase from our score on the 2017 is 6.6 on 2018. We had 93% of the questions that were answered either neutral to strongly agree. So 93% of every question that was asked by someone, 93% of them, they either were neutral or they strongly agree. And obviously you do the math there. So what's this look like? The actual scores. Again, these scores are based upon a scoring system, and the way it works is if you strongly disagree, you get like a negative, I think it's 6 or something. If you strongly agree, you get a +4, neutral 0. You do that for every, it's all automated basically, but it's a SHRM scoring system we do. So you can see from 2017 right here, we started our baseline, and this is based upon 2017 baseline. You can see the increase we had from 2020 up here. Obviously this green line, if you hit the green line, that means everybody answered every question with either agree or strongly agree. So that's tough to do, but that's our bar that we're trying to attain. And then if you look at the same thing, but baseline from 2018, you can see we went from 32 to 68, and then they increase over year to year. A lot of people ask, okay, well, what changed from last year to change that actual score? And what you can see is some people went from strongly agree to agree down to neutral. And then some people that were strongly disagree went into neutral. So there was more movement from both severes more to the middle, which could be good, could be bad, right? So some of our opportunities, number one was in the last 6 months, someone at work talked to me about my progress. So that score changed from last year. It went down. It was one of the most severe probably ones I would say that went down. This last year I had an opportunity to work, learn, and grow. We're thinking that could be because of COVID, but I don't ever, and my managers don't ever remember rejecting a ask for an opportunity to learn, and grow. So it didn't come from the fact that we didn't approve folks to do training. We think it may have just been because there was really no training that went on last year. So it'll be interesting when we dig into that one to take a look at it. And then communication is good at our organization. That was an interesting one because our score didn't change. It's the exact same score we had last year. The difference was more people went from the extreme. So they moved from, a neutral to more strongly disagrees and strongly agrees. So it was just an odd movement. And so we thought that would be an opportunity to ask questions about, because as far as we know, we really didn't change anything over the last year in our communication. So we're going to dig into that, figure out what that is. So what are the next steps? So we reviewed this survey with my management team. So we did that in staff last year. We picked these 3 as kind of the opportunities. Either next week or the week after, we'll have user in here to do focus groups with all employees. Again, those are small little groups that we try to get people to talk, give examples, find opportunities, and then we'll execute actions needed as part of our 2020. So you'll see actual projects on our next year's plan to address those. Questions? That's all I really wanted to cover on that. Any questions?
Any questions, Brett, on that? Got with 15.
Yeah, 15 is Veterans Way. And what I was looking for there, I sent you guys all an email. And I tried to send some opportunities for some, and I don't know, maybe we want to jump down to the other one with the policy reviews first, because one of my recommendations that I have in 16 below is to remove the true up. Again, if you remove the true up, what that means is it allows me and myself and my team to assess the risk and to put mitigations in place. So in the spirit of Veterans Way, there are 3 properties that eventually, just based on time, are going to get developed. One of the 3, it could be a year, it could be 3 years, it could be 5 years. But the way our policy works today and the true up is it's 30 months. So what I'm suggesting is we have a high confidence that something's going to go there and it's going to be load there. If we were able to not have this true up, it wouldn't bind us to that 30 months. The other thing with that one would be is we'd obviously mitigate the risk by just not buying materials, for that third one. And then I gave you guys the data you'd asked on the true ups, sort of around what the data looks like on past true ups or in process true ups. I supplied that data. And then I gave you several other options, with my recommendation being the one where we changed the policy to allow. And the reason that helps Veteran Way is it gives quite a big chunk of credit on one of the 3 developments that we know are going to happen. We just don't know when. And if we didn't have to do the 30-day true up, there wouldn't be a contract that we had to force the member to sign that says, okay, if that thing isn't built and done in 30 months, then they would have to pay it on the back end. So it gives us more flexibility to be able to make some of those decisions.
So 2 different issues. Due to the fact it's been a full 2 years of loss of revenue and not providing electric to a member. For not necessarily a motion, but let's discuss, I'm willing to make a motion. For that reason, because 2 years of loss of revenue on this business is huge. We all can concur to that. If we exempt the overhead cost and extend that true up to possibly 60 months versus 5 years, that's something the board, as a discussion, for 2 reasons. Exempt the overhead because it's been a 2-year loss of revenue for this building that's sat there without REMC service. And then number 2, because we don't want to make special rules. I get it. We don't make special rules. However, it is not a house going in down a long lane. This is something totally different. And if we extend the true up over 5 years, I'm not going to blame it on COVID, but with the issue going on in the future of that.
I'll blame it on COVID.
Okay.
I thought a hotel in the damn country.
The first thing I saw was option 1 from Brett, follow the RNL Rule 25 and the 30-month true up. That was option 1 on the email sent on 8/10. If that option that Brett provided to us could just trade into a 60-month true up, or REMs for that reason, And then I really truly feel with 2 years without electric ran to this, we could exempt some of the overhead costs on that. So those are two options that I think the board should think about, act on.
But you're suggesting keeping the true up in place, Suzanne, not eliminating it, but extending it.
Extending it over 60 months, which would be 5 years.
What option did you say? I'm sorry.
It was option 1 on the email that you sent on August 10th. And due to the fact he's lost revenue for 2 full years to exempt that overhead cost.
You bring that up.
So it was option 1 for the construction office, the pizza restaurant, and the ag shop.
Yes.
Those 3.
Yes.
That was your option 1 to follow that rule. I'm not arguing the true up, but I think that's a broader issue than what we need to get addressed tonight. We need to get electric to our members that are sitting there for 2 years.
You'd be taking 12,000 for this spreadsheet, $12,614.11 off for overhead.
Suzanne, what was the day ID?
August 10th.
At 1:15, yeah.
From Woody Glen Extension, I'm just looking at option 1. And then due to loss of revenue, that $12,000, which if you put that equation, that's $6,000 per year, which we know he's lost more than that in revenue. But that would keep the true up.
You're not requesting a policy change is what he was asking me. It's a. Correct.
No, I'm just,
But as a board, should we consider making the policy change
I think we need more information.
before we, I mean, we're basically doing,
I'm not arguing that. I just think in this circumstance, let's get this taken care of. This has been on the agenda for how long?
and I understand that, but I was hoping we'd be better prepared to do something with the policy change to support the process. 'Cause
I think part of the policy change of what I want to look into is doing away with the overhead charges. If we're not charging any members who are doing system upgrades any overhead charges, why would we charge anyone overhead charges?
You'll have to make those up in revenue. I mean, somebody's
Oh,
got.
but yeah, and again, I realize we're gonna need to go back and look at it 10 years and correct this and pay back the people over the past 10 years. But that's why I think that part of the policy is much bigger than just getting power out on Veterans Way.
And on the flip side versus Larry Feltner's information, how many members have we had come to this meeting and complain about their bill? We have not. It's been about line extensions. It's been about new service. It's been about pole replacements. We have not had members come to this meeting since I've been on the board complaining about their bills. They call me, I'll tell them to call Crystal. Crystal either does a good job, say, oh, well, whatever, I'll pay. You know, they don't extend it past the front desk. So the cost of service stays really, really important, not belittling it, but the line extension and the pole replacements and the new services are the ones that we're getting members not feeling it's a fair.
Those are the tough ones. I agree.
So what's the markup on material and labor on these things?
There is no markup. These are overheads.
Overhead charges above the cost of material on this particular project. The material was 50 grand and the overhead was 35,000 on top of that. The labor was 30-some thousand and the overhead was 14,000 more on top of that.
So basically what happens though is all the people that work on this, their time goes to the work order, right? So it's true cost. We're not marking it up just to make revenue off of it. I wish I'd had actually, Larry, and I thought about it at one time and I completely lost it, but it's not a margin.
What Larry was saying, right, that's paid for in the what your energy costs are. Because he just went through a big thing. I paid real close attention to that part.
Yeah, the only thing that's in, the reason we do line extensions like the IURC tells us to do, or guidelines, I guess that's because we're not under them. Secondary transformers are in rates, right? It's built into the cost of service study. Everything else is not. And, you know, I've heard before the saying of, you're not willing to invest your infrastructures. That's not our infrastructure. That's everybody in here. It's a member's infrastructure.
Well, infrastructure, but with more members and more, and that's another question. That's why I wanted to be real clear with Larry when he was talking about, so do we want everybody to go solar? Or would we be better off if we had more customers? We had more members?
We want more.
Okay, then the investment then to get your 6%, it seems like it would be a good investment to peel off a couple thousand feet of 500 so that we can power all this stuff.
But the reason you do the 2.5, it's based upon our cost to serve and the margin based on the fact that we won't make it. Everybody else will be paying that infrastructure cost. It's just, there's no if, ands.
Infrastructure cost that goes on every time you go out here and do something.
I agree.
I'm paying it multiple times because I have multiple places that I'm paying the RNC utility bill. Okay? So you don't make it out like y'all paying for me. Because that ain't the case. I've paid more than what most have in that. Go outside of the factories. You know, I pay more at my own personal residence than probably any of you can imagine, but you can all go see what I pay and take a look at that. But yeah, those same old poles that's been out there for, you know, generations that carry that, I've more than paid for that line, all the way back to probably Kentucky and back, or wherever your entity gets it from. So it's not like that investment is something, and if the co-op does not want to invest in infrastructure to create a bigger co-op, then it's a simple thing. You sign a paper and relinquish it to Duke, and it's over.
I follow the direction of whatever the board wants to. This one.
Well, then I'm telling the board,
So
if you don't
I make a motion.
sign the paper and let Duke have it, and I'll be out of your hair.
So that was, what was the number? Why, I had it written down, 12,000.
That's the material overheads, and there's labor overheads. Now, labor overhead is only on our labor, not the company that would be doing the trenching, correct? So if we calculate this and we take out the overheads, what is it going to be, Brett?
Honestly, I want to sit down and make sure this is right. I'd rather not give that number right now.
Okay, but
I get your direction though. If you say, take these out,
on this, because of this situation, that's, and I truly believe we need to look at taking overheads out of all line extensions. But Suzanne, you want to go?
Yeah, I'm going to make a motion to exempt overhead cost and also to extend the true up for 60 months versus 30 months on the Veterans Highway line extension.
that include all three buildings? Just want
That's the revision 3 that I was talking about. That's what Jeff talked about.
So it's construction, office, hotel, pizza, restaurants.
No, construction, pizza, ag shop.
Ag shop.
That's not option one.
We don't see in for the hotel other than your main line.
Oh, I don't disagree. I just want to be clear on what they're asking me to do.
My motion.
I can't do it in these conditions.
And exempt.
I'm 200,000 into the 75,000. 125,000 for the architect.
Yeah, we've talked about, I get it.
So
I understand.
I'll second Steve's motion.
You're saying option 2, correct?
She said one. It's option one.
Option 1 includes the hotel.
No, I just asked you about these 3 and it was revision 3.
That's it. Option one from 810.
Option 1 is including the hotel.
Yes.
Okay.
Option 2.
Well, these 3 options don't match the spreadsheet then.
I'm going off the email, the last email I received regarding this from Brett.
Right.
Follow R&R Rule 25 and stick to the estimate requiring a 31,027 AOC to be paid 30-month true-up, including hotel.
Well, first of all, I got.
Second one says not including hotel.
Correct.
I could, and in that, if you were building a hotel, you're talking about that hotel, that's an 18-month to 2-year job period. I wouldn't have 6 months to make any money to buy electricity to do that. So that 30-month thing, that don't work on a project like that. That wouldn't work. And, but it wouldn't make any sense that you put that type of time constraint on something like that. Because you gotta have time to do it. It's not fair. It's gonna start paying bills.
This is future construction. This was a different option.
That's what, okay. But it was just those 3 buildings.
That one, Jeff, is.
And that the spreadsheet's not matching the email sent. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the email was the last,
We're gonna get rid
well,
of.
the email was the last one we received. I was going off the last email received.
I don't know what spreadsheet.
Talking about the spreadsheet on Veterans Parkway Shops, lift station.
Option 2.
Mine's on the, it's at the bottom of the email.
Option 2 is not including hotel.
Correct.
Oh,
Option 2 includes the construction office and pizza restaurant. No hotel credits.
we still got the others, the experience ag. That's getting ready.
They did theirs on their own. They called us.
Theirs on their own. This is development altogether. They don't even own the property yet.
That might be a problem.
Okay, I'm gonna rescind that motion based on information not received. I'm going to, number one, can the board approve the 60-month true up instead of the 30? Number one. And number two, Brett, can you get us information on the overheads? Because my emails are not matching the spreadsheets.
Yes. Did you go to the latest 810 one?
I'm on 810 right now.
So those are the latest and greatest because they've all changed since
Have they
April.
changed since 810?
No, 810 was your last email.
Which overheads are you saying? Material?
I think they're
and labor?
real and labor.
Yes, that's what I voted.
Then you got 810's email.
I'm looking at 810 email, option number one says including the hotel.
Right.
Mr. Whitaker, you're saying 60-month would work, the hotel overhead would not work.
I don't have a crystal ball, but I can't tell.
But that would be better. That's definitely better than,
I don't want to be liable.
but that's definitely better than
They
30
don't
months.
want to spend money for infrastructure until we know we're going to do it. That's what I'm saying.
So you want to take that out of it right now? What you're saying?
If all you need, listen, it's real simple. All you need is a fiberglass junction box. That long, about that wide, about that tall, sitting out there, cost $800, I think, on the bid, sitting there, so that when the hotel comes, they can tie in right there and go across the west end of that body of water up to where the hotel site is, and then put the transformer, the line from there up and all that. But no point in spending money on that right now.
Yeah.
It just needs a straight line going to veterans. We can tee off, go to my shop, pizza place, Travis's, and then what would make sense to me is on that line, actually have, as we're running around the loop, around the lake, that's where they want the line to funnel off to the rest of that property that's in the co-op's territory. I mean, how else would you do it? Because if we don't do that, and you don't have that infrastructure laying along the main road to spur off of, you're gonna go back to ground zero and start pulling more cable again for something else, that wouldn't make any sense. It has to be in 500, and Brad can tell you, that's, I'm sure it's 500, it's all that needs to be laid in a simple loop, and then the hotel, as soon as we can, and we will, that would be in place and ready for them to go up and then say, it's morning at the hotel. But there's absolutely no reason to spend money for that stuff right now. Just simply a junction box, so they gotta have a loop in the line. They gotta be able to, tie it together. That's the only thing that needs to be spent on the hotel part right now.
Yeah, he's right.
So the revision 3 for the Veterans Parkway for the construction office, pizza restaurant, ag shop, and it was made 6/23. Is this accurate or not?
I don't know what you
June
got.
20.
That's the one I just showed you.
Isn't that the one that's in option
I,
4? Can you bring it up on 40?
that doesn't got option 4 either.
Close. Option 4 would be don't charge the member for the main primary underground and use the line to build a loop for reliability with 30-month true up. This requires the board to approve the project as part in future construction plan of construction work plan. Excuse me.
But regardless of what option, Suzanne, you're suggesting a 60-month true, correct?
I am due to the infrastructure and the size of it.
For the bag shop, pizza restaurant, and my construction office.
Correct.
Not the 60-month on the hotel's out of it, other than
Those-
$800 box. So that they can tie in, because they will have to. And people go back and start all over from everything on back.
He's talking option 2.
I'm sorry.
He's talking option 2.
I haven't seen the options there.
I guess I'm missing the ag shop out. I'm missing that.
That one's done already separate.
Ag shop's not involved in this.
Correct.
That's where I'm, okay.
No.
That changed everything. They've already been in here and paid and it's going.
They've already been here and paid what?
We're building off Moscow Road for that. He's already been in to pay his.
So it's going to be single
They paid
phase.
his membership. I know. I talked to Travis about it. But why would you take that off of Moscow Road?
Because he also wants a single phase.
So what about the rest of the development?
We're not going to come off of that. It'll just, that one will only be off Moscow.
Okay, so what about the rest of the development if you're not going to feed Travis's on it?
We'll come off the pizza restaurant.
So you'll have primary all the way to that point, so you can extend on.
Correct. We'll put a turtleback right there at the pizza restaurant.
Well, I guess it won't matter, but you know how much ground it is that lies north of the lake.
Yep.
So if the turtleback or hotel needs to be, they have the shortest run of wire.
Right.
Just as soon as you cross the road on the roundabout to the west end of the lake, and then the hotel's right there.
Right.
But there is, I will tell you this. I'm not saying who it is. I can tell you right now, we're looking at another plan that is a 60,000 square foot building along the interstate. We got to get to it too.
Yep.
The primary has to be laid for this stuff so that this can be developed. Otherwise, then
That's in the plan. I mean, that's how we plan on building this as bolt on. I mean, we're not. The thing that changed it is he only wanted single phase. Well, we got it right there.
that's.
So the ag shop's totally out of this equation.
Correct. That's what I changed from that's what I changed from the original email you got.
So is he, so what's his? I mean, so what is the program there? Is it?
He follows the line extension just the same as everyone. I mean, we did the line extension for him. I don't know that project, so I got to I don't know to answer your question. That might be a secondary drop, but I don't think so. No, I think there's primary line there, so.
So it's buried from Moscow
Correct.
over to around to where he
Wants, yep. Again, I haven't been that close to that one, so I know he's wanting single phase. And I know it's coming off Moscow Road, and that's about the end of what I know.
Anyone opposing the 60-month true up?
We're just changing the.
I'm just,
Are
I
you-
made the motion, but I don't, my spreadsheet did not match the email I was going off of, and I had the ag. So it was kind of going off information from different places here that aren't matching.
The big difference is the original email. I don't know what date I sent it to you guys. The one that didn't have the crossing out of all the dollars, the original one, that had the ag in it. So I took it out. We talked about it at the July meeting. I took that out and that's where I crossed out and those numbers went down because I took out. So 810 is the latest and greatest. And these have all changed since April 2020 because costs have changed. It's really good for 90 days. We have like 20 different revisions on this thing. Not that that's a bad thing. I'm just- I think, Jeff, you got that one in your hands.
Dale, what's your thoughts?
I have no problem with the 60 month. I think that's perfectly fine. And I understand your concern about maybe changing the policy, but I'm also a believer that policies are meant to be guidelines. Right. As.
Where would come down by
that charge with us.
That's part of our
It's part of our responsibility, and when circumstances that are unique present themselves and warrant deviating from each policy.
Sure. This is something,
This
is something we haven't experienced before, right?
I think that's the prudent thing to do.
Surely don't want to lose it.
Right. And Mr. Whitaker's been sitting here, as Suzanne said, for a while, waiting on us, and I think that's not prudent on our
The
part.
comment I'll make to that though is we did have opportunity in July to talk at a great length that we didn't get that opportunity.
All fairness, I've been waiting for 2 years.
I get it. And I
I appreciate his sentiment about waiting a year and a half. I've been waiting for 2 years, 6 months longer than you was waiting.
So was your motion about,
let's hear your motion again, or see if we've got.
I would like to make a motion to extend the trip for 60 months and exempt overhead cost.
And exempt overhead cost.
Labor and material overhead.
And are you putting like a option number on it or what? I just want to be clear on what you want me to do.
Just generalized.
That's what I want.
It's got to be option
cost, right? Is it option 2 then?
Not including those.
Yeah, that's the option 2.
I guess that's it.
I just want to quantify the overhead costs is what I.
36,938 change. Just seems like a lot of overhead for one line to make.
what did you say that number was again, Ryan?
36,938.
What option are you looking at, Brian?
Option 2, the material overhead and labor overhead.
Material overhead is 26.6.
Labor overhead is 10.
Labor is 10.
My math is wrong. You went too far. 37.
Jason, are you hearing all this?
I'm still here.
Okay. Do you have any comments on what's been discussed, or did you hear what?
Yeah,
motion is?
I did hear the motion. I'm fine with that. One of the options I read though said up to 8 years. I guess that we've assumed that 6 is long enough, so I'm fine with that.
I think I said 8 years.
Pardon me?
No, that was one of the options on that I gave you guys.
I seconded her motion.
Okay, will you read the motion one time, Brian?
Yes.
Can we add in to do option 2? Do you need that, Brad?
I mean, that would be nice that it's clear.
Is that option to change option 2 to extend the trip to 60 months and remove labor and material overhead costs?
That amount statement.
What does that get me? If I could add,
It's around 27,000.
so you have but the true up that you're extending to 60 months is on what?
Not the hotel.
In the shop.
It's an element, I'm not worried about that. It's one I'm not building right now that I'm worried about.
Yes.
That I can't. Right. I got no intel for it. I can't, I got no crystal ball. The others, I'm not worried.
You don't have a crystal ball.
Yes, promise. No doubt about my.
All right. We have a motion and a second in place. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Opposed, the same. Motion passes.
Thank you. Is that the last thing tonight?
No, you gotta stay or rest now.
That's it. Six guys, it's on me. Let's go.
All right, the next one is what we talked about, which is the line true up. I'm getting a feeling you probably don't want to get rid of the true up, what I'm hearing. So could be a viewpoint, I guess. Again, that was my recommendation. If not, we'll just keep going like we're doing.
Oh, but I would like to look into doing away with overhead costs.
I thought about why don't we do this? And I haven't done this yet, but so every dollar that we don't collect gets thrown into the rates for the next rate base. But I don't know what that means because it's on 30 years, right? Because you depreciate it over and you're only putting depreciation in the rates. So I don't know what that means compared to how much we take in a year. So I thought what would be a good data point for you all is what number are we talking about losing here? Is it $500,000 a year or is it $20,000? I don't know. But that has to be paid by somebody. So whether you put it in rates or the person that's coming on pays for it. If you make that decision, I don't know what you are going to put. I don't know how quickly that's gonna, you know what I'm saying?
But again, you do overheads or system upgrades. For an accounting, for taxes, for assets.
Say it again, I'm not following you.
System upgrades, if you know to call that, it's free. Do we apply overhead costs to system upgrades?
We apply overheads to every overhead.
So we're eating those costs.
Yeah, but that's based on the fact that it's a service upgrade, therefore it's.
Most service upgrades don't.
The difference is in what it's called.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly. But most service upgrades don't increase consumption.
I don't disagree with that, but I would suggest the service upgrades we do are very small compared to. It's
You say cost wise, service upgrade is next to nothing compared to building.
correct. And there's very, 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 very few of them. But I think to be able to make a decision on this, you need to know what does this.
Potential for revenue is very different too.
I agree with everything you guys are saying.
I think the issue is your situation out there is very unique. And and it's not normal for what we.
My guess is, Suzanne, that's not that big of a number. Probably really not going to affect rates that much over time.
I think it's 500,000.
No,
I don't think the
Because
county
it's-
has had a lot of commercial development in the last.
it's put over 30 years. It's depreciated over 30 years. So, okay, a $30,000 project depreciated over 30 years. The only part of that that's going to go into rates is depreciation. And then how many of those do you do for the regular year? Amounts to. My guess is it's not that big a number. It will put pressure on your rates, but I think very low. But I don't know. That's the number we need. And I'll mark that as an action item.
Yeah.
Jeff, you were still, what information were you wanting for? Kind of a.
If we go forward, and I think we changed the policy from paying back from 1 year to 10 years. So if we change the policy and we need to pay back 10 years worth of overheads to people who were charged, how much would that be?
I don't know.
I wouldn't expect you to, but that's, I
So you're talking about on the true up, Jeff?
No,
We're talking about, go ahead.
no, it would be on your initial quote. Which it would affect the true ups.
It's part of the true up, yeah.
It would make the true ups.
10 years of line extensions. What that's saying, right?
That's gonna be hard, because some of these old line extensions, man, I don't know that we could piece together what part was overheads and
Or
what.
realistically, can you go back? How far back realistically can you go back on that?
It should be on the work order. You don't keep the work orders?
Yeah, but not in the detail that we would need in order to do this. Let me take a look at it. I say that and
I was gonna say, it should be right there on your work order, because you had to capitalize it at year end.
it would be in the work order, but the problem with the work order is it has everything, it has secondary and has everything in it. So you'd have to be able to know, and then you'd have to know what.
Didn't it list on it what the overhead costs were?
No, we didn't give any overhead costs until we're asked for itemization of stuff.
You number on the paper, right?
So number on paper.
Okay.
But I say that, but let me 100% confirm how much it would be to do that. I really don't know to answer your question. I don't want to sit here and tell you there's no way, and then I go back and find out it's not that hard.
Trying to hang on to continue to talk about just the policy, right? True ups. That's why I was asking you, Jeff, earlier, what is it? Maybe it was just the answer you gave. What is it you're looking for before you want to consider making a policy change on true ups?
I really don't want to make the change. I want to make the change in what we charge the members. I don't want to change the policy at all.
So you want the calculation to be the same, you just want the cost components of what we're assessing.
Correct.
To be.
That's correct.
So the policy would be the same.
It wouldn't affect the policy.
Yeah, it wouldn't affect the policy, it's just the components there.
Put it inside of it.
So I think we're ready for policy 1A. Actually, I think we had this on last month's agenda. Did everybody look at it?
Yeah, let me go over that. Okay, you're talking about the credit, right?
What?
The credits one, because we haven't hit that up yet.
Oh, I went back, well, I went ahead of you. Okay, I come back, but we go back to yours.
Let's talk about 11.1.
Okay.
So this one is a policy change to the rules and regs, and then policy 11.1. So if you read the way it was today, so what we were tasked to do is there a way that we can give some sort of credit for facilities that are past their useful life? But it falls in line with the member wants it done. So in other words, let's say you have a line that's over here and you want to move it over here. Well, you basically pay for the whole thing today, the way it works, because it's standing and it's functioning and everything else. Well,
Regardless of the age of it?
regardless of the age today, the way the policy is wrote is you pay for the entire thing. So what we came up with is to try to give some credit. So here's how we are doing it. When the facilities are moved from an existing location to accommodate REMC, so in other words, let's say we're moving out of a right of way, right? So let's say, Dale, you come to me, you've got a line that comes down your driveway, and it goes through all these trees, right? And it's going to cost me $30,000 to cut these trees down, yet I can put the damn thing underground for $5,000. I'm just making stuff up, right? We would compensate you for the cost. We would give you credit. If we're doing something for the REMC's good, we pick that part of it up. So that's A. Does that make sense? In other words, most members, all they care about is the cheapest route from point A to point B. But if for us, the best route is point A, C, D, A, B, C, whatever you want to say,
it increased the cost of that project, but we're doing it because of, for us.
So you're giving some credit to.
So we're gonna give that credit back. So that's A. B is if the equipment that's existing is 30 years or less, basically you get nothing, right? You're gonna pay for the full extension, the whole cost of it, just like today. So 30 years and less, you pay for it all, just like it is today. Then you move down to A, B. If the existing equipment is 31 to 44 years old, a credit will be determined by the average cost of the material on our system. So basically what we'll do is we can go into our system, okay, this is gonna require a 40-foot class 2 pole. We go in, we figure out what is the average age of cost. And I can tell you in general, that's 20% reduction in cost, typically on average. So anything between 31 and 44, we're gonna give you that 20%. You're basically on average, again, it's all over.
For the depreciated.
And the reason we picked that is 30 years is how long we depreciate it. 31 to 44, after about 45 years, stuff starts to get shaky. So.
And then once it's past 45 years, which is the useful life, we set a credit of 50% of the replacement cost for the facilities there today. So we would calculate what would it cost to build that line
exactly the way it is.
Exactly the way it is. And we pay 50% of that. And again, that 50%, honestly, but it was me and him saying, well, we think splitting the cost if it's over its useful life is
Like the advantage to the REMC is we get to update facilities at less than full price. The advantage to the member is instead of having to pay 100% of something that you don't like the way it looks, if it's really old, we'll cover half of it.
So, but can we still leave the existing B in there and make that C? Because there's times when these changes do benefit the Decatur County RMC.
That's under A. Yeah, I was trying to replace the existing B, Jeff, with that A.
If it benefits the REMC, the idea is we pick up 100% of the cost, right? In that one, that.
No. A is if whatever we're doing where it benefits us, in other words, again, we're moving it to get out of the way. If there's a transformer, it's in somebody's field and we can move it 20 feet, we're gonna move it to 20 feet, but we're not gonna charge the member.
That's what I mean. We pick up all the costs.
But A doesn't cover C, or A doesn't cover the previous B.
Yeah, because the previous B, I don't really understand what's mutually, that's why that's the whole reason we're doing this.
Work order 11784.
What is it?
That was replacing the 2 poles.
I don't know what that is.
It's the member who was originally requested to pay $5,500 and then he came back and only paid $2,100. And when you look at it, it probably should have been a system upgrade. And shouldn't have to pay any upgrade. Pardon?
It was an upgrade.
So he shouldn't have to pay anything.
I know you can't tell me. I'm trying to think. Oh, I know who it is. It's when you came in, right?
Yeah.
No, that wasn't, he should have paid. That was a line relocation.
Yeah, but we put up to transform. So it's a complete upgrade.
But according to this, the way this B reads that you redlined out, it was helping the REMC because he put the poles in places to where you would get.
Yeah, that would fall under A today. In my rewrite of the red, that would definitely fall under.
He also, that you redlined out.
Yeah, agree.
So he should be paying me back
That one, I would have a problem with that because he should have been charged way more than what we did. It was something was missed. That whole pole shouldn't have been there.
I'll get it.
That one takes a lot of discussion. He should have paid way more than what he paid because we made a mistake and we weren't willing to go back and.
So we made a mistake that he was supposed to pay more.
No, he paid a hell of a lot less than we should have paid.
Underpaid.
Way underpaid.
Even though he helped the RMC move the poles into places so they could get to it easier if they had to come out to
We
it.
gave him credit for that already. We did. That's what B was. I know exactly what you're talking about now. He paid way less than what we should have charged because we made a mistake.
Not if you would have called it a system upgrade and it's free.
But a transformer upgrade doesn't necessarily qualify as a system
I
upgrade.
was gonna say, how's the determination made on what you call it? And semantics, I mean, can I call it whatever I want and you call it something?
No, it has to be like you're going from a 100 amp to a 400 amp.
Well, if you're going from 100 to 200 amp, I mean, it's a system upgrade, but your consumption isn't increasing.
Well, no, that's not necessarily true.
Well,
The reason that the theory is, in some cases, Jeff, I completely agree with you. But the theory, and again, I could argue both sides of this one, honestly. The theory is that the reason you need to upgrade your system is because you've added stuff over time and you don't have any more room in your box. Now, I could argue that some people go to 400 because it's easier to wire up. There's all kinds of different reasons, right? But theoretically, the reason you're going from 200 to 400 is because over time, you've put more breakers and more things on your system. Therefore, there is a cost. Also, if you want my opinion, I think the whole system upgrade ought to follow the exact same process we do for line extensions.
I'm in 100% agreement. It gets rid of the gray area.
It does.
If people know to call it a system upgrade, it's free.
Yep, I don't disagree with you.
I mean, somebody can call and say, I need a system upgrade and it's this much and
Yes, it's paid for. Yes.
What somebody said.
You investigate that, right?
If you know to say it.
I mean, we don't just say it.
No, son.
I have a system upgrade, so it needs to get.
No, we go out and make sure that it's green tagged with a system upgrade. In other words, they're going.
Right, it's not just they say, but you have to go out and research it.
But I would argue that it would be a lot better if it was like treated the same way as a line.
And then get rid of the overhead cost on that also.
I'm not completely against that, honestly. I would want to know
What I want to do is get rid of the gray. And if you know to back in the system upgrade, you get it free. If you don't, you pay. And that's wrong.
Well, I don't know that it's wrong.
I call tomorrow.
Putting a system upgrade right now at midnight.
I don't know that it's wrong. It's just a different.
And I used more power because of it, but the system upgrade, like you said, I mean, I personally went through that.
Yeah, you would think if I'm going from a 2 to 4, I'm going to use more.
I think I went from 4 to 8, but yeah, I added 2 10 horsepower motors.
I like the idea of the overheads. The problem is I don't know what that number means. You know, every dollar you give back to the member is another dollar you're going to go find something.
I think we have to.
And it goes to rates.
And I
totally agree. We've got to understand the impact of that.
Okay.
Change.
Like I said, I don't know if it's a $20,000 problem or a $500,000.
I choose one. If it's a matter of just what I say, then I just do it.
His theory is that you pay that overhead anyway. You're going to pay that employee to be here.
That's a good point.
But then you could argue the accounting side that says, yeah, but I could have him doing something else
Yeah, but
rather than yours. Anyways, good discussion. I know what I need to do.
so far as, so if
Oh, yeah, we got to figure out, are you guys good with this?
the upgrades to if somebody wants to replace their line, so you've got a line running past your house and you want to bury it, and that line is older than dirt. There is a benefit to the RAMC if you're willing to pay for part of that line. I mean, as a member, I would say, yeah, I'm thrilled if you want to pay for part of upgrading our.
Area, get it from overhead to underground and I'll pay.
But Jeff, A is intended on covering those things that we do to benefit us. Again, the right of ways in there is just an example, but it could be.
The only thing if you change A, because the property owner might request it, but it's a benefit to Gator County RAMC.
Then we would cover it then anyway. If somebody comes to me and says, hey, I'd like to have this transformer moved from the middle of my yard to the driveway, we're going to give him whatever that credit is to move it just because it favors us. So it doesn't matter if the member comes to us or not. If we're doing something that benefits serviceability.
That's A to accommodate the RMC.
A, yes.
Just don't feel comfortable with how it's worded, Jeff. You want to word it differently?
And I don't know what it is, Brian.
Instead of accommodate, would it be benefit? Instead of accommodate, benefit? Is that
Yeah, I'm good.
accommodate? and benefit the RMC? Is that something that
And benefit, that's.
accommodate and benefit the RMC? Can we add that to that?
Sure. So.
Does that make?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we get the wording changed? We're just gonna basically add in there, accommodate and benefit. Gotcha. I don't know why I said general fund. Ready for a motion
Make a motion
to,
with the addition of and benefit.
with the red lines that are included, right?
The red lines included and on A, location to accommodate and benefit the RMC.
Clay seconds it. Any additional discussion? Are you good with that? Oh, yeah. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Okay, we're good. So, as I interrupted Brett a moment ago, last month, we looked at director compensation, the IEC had said. There was something he was gonna look up for us, that I forget what that was. But, it gives you an idea of where our AMC, where Decatur County, fits into the graph. I'm not so sure we need to make any changes based upon what we see here. Unless anybody has any additional comments. You know, the range is all over the place. I think we're kind of at a median.
Well, and everybody's structure is different.
Yeah, I mean, you can't completely look at each individual one. So we can always take another look at that at another time.
There's a red line.
Well, under the director's fee, yeah. In fact, I think what we'll do, because I don't think there's any urgency here on the red line. We briefly talked about that last month as well. I know when Clay came on, you know, to establish kind of what we've done, it's kind of just been one of those things that we assume. I thought we needed to get it in there. But as I started looking at this policy much closer, I really think we have some work to do. From the standpoint of looking at A a little bit closer, and you'll notice I had marked out B, you know, because my question from last month was when it says stipend for conference call, WebEx or similar training, a lot of training is virtual now. And so does it assume that it's 100 here, or should it be from part A? I mean, should it be considered a day stipend? So why don't we kind of table this and not worry about, but I really would like to look at that a little bit closer and see how we could maybe modify the wording a little bit in part A. I think there's some confusion at the same time with looking at 1/2 day and then that last sentence when it says if the meeting itself is under 2 hours. It's almost like there's this 3-hour window. What happens during that time? So anyway, take a closer look at that and we'll try to make maybe some changes next month. Everybody good with that? Okay. So we'll briefly talk about broadband discussion, Brad.
Yeah, the only discussion I really wanted to have was, I know you guys have probably heard they've canceled wireless, for, I don't know how many members, but quite a few we've heard. Steve, you were one of them.
I am one of them, yeah.
So that we've had probably more calls in the last, I don't know, 2-3 weeks, month on this. There are more grants coming, state of Indiana, and then you guys just saw the federal money. So there's trillions, not trillions, billions coming. Randy Fry's called me a few times. I would recommend, and again, so I talked to Rachel because our next step was really let's go out and do this study ourselves. And the problem is we've got all the questions designed and ready to go. By the time you go out and do that survey, it's an unstatistical survey. You've wasted a couple months. To do a feasibility study, it's 3-4 months at least. I have a hard time saying that it's not something we should do without the data. I know so the company that is local has older technology in the ground. We know that some of the services are going away. And I just think it's something that you look at what our mission is and what we do. I don't know that it's going to work or not, but I don't have the data. So I think the next step, and the reason I didn't get the broadband committee together is because this is a board decision. So why have a meeting to say, should we do feasibility or should we not? Because it's really a board decision. And my recommendation is I think we need to do it. We need to do it ASAP. I guess that's the cost.
Associated cost.
Around 20 to 25,000. It's probably anywhere from 3 to 4 or 5 weeks.
Have you talked to Watch Communications?
Watch has completely fell off the earth. We've heard more from Watch and gotten more phone calls from Watch where they thought they could serve it and they don't have a line of sight. I've emailed, I can't remember his name now, once or twice. I have not heard from them. I've heard a lot of, not negative, it's just they can't serve it.
Well, and again, I've gotten this through the Farm Bureau. There's a tower, there's 2 active towers now. One in Greensburg, one at Forest Hill. Tower going in at Batesville approximately in November, Napoleon in September, Jennings County in October. And I've called the commissioners and they're willing to, Decatur County commissioners. They have money, grant money that can be spent on broadband. So there's potential for additional vertical towers. I don't know if Dale, if you know any of the commissioners in Jennings County, or Clay, or Ripley County. But if we fill in the void with who all can get Watch Communication, and then we start plugging in other opportunities in between the towers. One of the big things that I've talked to a couple members, they want to get the rural water involved so we can utilize their towers, because then that would hit Millhouse and that would hit New Point, and then start putting towers within towers. So you might not get the signal from one direction, but you can pick it up off of another direction.
And look, my only point to that would be you got a really large size companies getting out of wireless. There's reasons. Wireless is just, is it going to withstand the test of time? I have my opinion. You could probably have yours, and that's fine. We have a lot of members that call in that don't care to have wireless. They don't care to have satellite. They don't care to have any of that. They want fiber.
But I think once if they had the broadband that's offered through Watch, it's a game changer versus Viasat.
But not everybody get it. That's the problem.
But that's what I'm saying. If we work to improve the vertical asset and coverage, I think we can get a lot of the areas and not have major investment.
Working with rural water, that was a thought I never thought about.
I don't know. My only problem is I'm not a huge believer in wireless. We've seen it fail in Ohio. Watch doesn't really communicate with us, didn't to the commissioners. I think you have an opportunity, and again, this is your call. You have an opportunity where we can pick up a lot of things and do a lot of things that, my opinion,
a feasibility study. Could you put the wireless versus broadband question in feasibility study?
Yeah, you can.
Could you ask people the same question? There might be a preference. I don't know. I use my cell phone for the internet and it works just fine for me, but my wife does not like that. So,
and that's preference probably is just reliable internet at the end of the day.
What's that?
The preference is going to be reliable internet
Sure.
at the end of the day. However, I have Watch Communication. I have zero negative from beginning to end install. I'm fortunate enough to be in an area that's on the top of a swing set that may be there for 50 years because I don't care what the swing set looks like because that's the only place they could put it. But
next will not be there.
But I have zero zero negative things with my experience with them.
Yeah.
But I'm in an area that I receive it, but working with rural water, I never thought of that option.
Again, I don't know. I don't have the data. I just know fiber is, they're spending a lot of money. There's a lot of money out there.
ETC, what is it?
Great Plains.
It ain't that great coming to us. I know this is when I switched from ETC.
Going from great to zero.
It goes in and out. I don't know what the deal is.
It's
Call them up and then you call, talk to somebody in Kansas, so.
What's the drawback? What's the drawback in doing the feasibility study?
Doing your feasibility study.
What is the drawback? Can you hear me?
Yes, yeah, we can hear you.
So does that feasibility study go to all members? Is it a survey?
I'm tired of, I can't answer members when they ask me, what are you doing about broadband? Well, we're working on it. Well, my gut tells me we can't afford it, but I don't know that. I don't have the information to tell them. I mean, we just credited $30-some thousand on one project, and I understand why we did that. But now we're talking about we can't spend 20 or 22,000 to do this that could be a benefit to everyone when people are asking for it. I don't know, just my opinion.
Well, that's certainly a hot button item.
I can call the cost.
And my answer is we're in the electric business as of right now. I mean, to my knowledge, I ran for the RMC board because of the electric, not because of, personally, when people call and ask me or.
I've said that too, and then I get that, but I think you consider other options.
There's so many other RMCs doing fiber though, that members are gonna want.
We sat there the other Friday talking to other RMCs doing it.
We could do this study and we could look them in the eye and say, this is why we're not doing it.
And all the other ones that are doing it, kill them. I mean, it's their take rates or hell, one of them was 40% was baked into their take rates and they're in the 70s. Now, completely different territory than us, but.
I'm not opposed to the study. I just want to know what it's going to do. I mean, how many
get a sample. I wonder if I could get a sample of a study. I wonder if I bet I could get that.
Because Jason, I'm not opposed to doing it. I just want to know what we're getting.
And can we make that help?
I just need the information. I can't say it's a good idea or a bad idea without the information.
At the end of the day, Jeff, what's going to get you is it's going to say, here's what your investment's going to cost from an engineering standpoint. Here's what your take rate's going to be, and here's the payback.
And the survey would be phone calls, mail, or those?
Honestly, I don't know, Brian.
Because a lot of the REMCs are doing it, don't have the competition that we will have.
True.
The other thing, another concern.
That's why I think it's important for us to all take a look at the sample. I think I have one that I've already kind of reviewed. I just got to get approval from them, but a whole part of the feasibility study is competition, right? They're judging that. They're looking at what are their prices? What are their customer satisfaction? That is all part of the feasibility. It's like a big business plan.
Well, because they're going to look at the end consumer's options, what they have.
Right.
Correct. They're trying to give you, here's what the engineering costs are going to be. Here's what the take rates and here's what.
So you come back and say wireless is the answer.
Right. You suggested earlier, you thought it was 4 to 5 weeks to do that, Brett, at least. Do you have any idea what the lead time in getting someone scheduled is? Is that a month? Is it 6 months?
No, I think I could get a mayor card quick. I don't know that though, Dale. I would rather get going sooner than later, honestly.
I think we owe it to the members to do it, but I think, get Jeff, what he wants. Make him feel comfortable.
I mean, we're missing Indiana grants now. The level 3's coming out. I think they extended it to September, but we're gonna miss all that. That could have been millions.
If the government will pay for it, it always gets better.
I mean, there's billions coming from this new plan, this new
infrastructure.
I mean, the whole idea of these dollars that they're giving away is to try to make the business case make sense for rural areas. So why wouldn't we want to take advantage of that?
Somebody's going to take the money.
But again, if the service is already going to be made available and it's not going to cost us anything, because this last go around was costing us millions.
Yep.
We only service 800 members, if I remember, or 800 customers. I don't believe they were all members.
Yeah, but you look at again, it gets down into the technology differences between wireless and fiber. And it's out there. If you Google it, you'll have problems in the future. May not now, but it's just electronics are electronics, and fiber still has that type of stuff in it that has to be replaced, but a lot less dependence on it. I'm not saying a wireless technology can't work, because it does. I just think with our territory, the opportunity that's with the letters that you got and everybody's got, the fact that I'm not going to go on anymore, but
Maybe it's a combination.
and this thing could come back and say $52 million, which would double our balance sheet overnight. Your take rate's going to be 30% and be bankrupt in 2 years. I don't know. That's the reason for the spending. And if it comes back like that, you fight like hell in wireless.
What gives you, I mean,
Then
the feasibility study is not a guarantee. It's
No.
heck, it's not a guarantee.
But they've got enough experience.
Or informed.
They got enough experience on these things.
comes back and looks bad, don't step in the boom.
It's certainly gonna eliminate the outliers at that end and at that end. It's gonna bring you closer, so you're gonna.
Anything else on? Jake, actually, Ryan did.
Yes, I did.
I mean, I know.
Now, we met August 1st here. The minutes, out of order. It's the big takeaway. One of the things we talked about is raising the meter charge to $6. It has not been changed in 15 years, and meters have gone up in price. Our distribution, which I guess what everybody really cares about, is 87,000. And our next meeting will be January 21st. We set the price at $1.899.
What is it?
$1.89.
Okay, 89. Yeah.
0.899. So the highlights, Brett,
No, I think
Crystal, were there. I don't know if you have anything else to add.
I think the biggest thing was the price and the distribution. That meeting go to there.
Is that set throughout the year?
Yeah. Meeting season.
Into effect with the September bill.
Pardon me?
And it goes into effect with the September bill. So the new rate will go into effect next week. And then it's good till the next September.
That's right. Jason, you have anything about Hoosier?
Not really. Everything's canceled. We did have one telephonic meeting August the 9th. The minutes are included and called to order.
Okay.
But the business update that was planned for the local directors in September has been postponed indefinitely.
Okay. It's not gonna be virtual.
They have not scheduled a virtual meeting at this point.
All right, going on to IEC, we had a meeting yesterday. And it was at the Hamilton County Fairgrounds. So there's been a discussion on pole attachment fees. I think everybody's heard of those. Cable companies, they still said they're too high. I know there's a lot of back and forth. Aaron saw iterated utilities can only deny access when the utility has evidence that a specific pole lacks capacity or specific attachments impose risk, or specific attachments would violate engineering standards. That's the only time you can really deny an attachment. The staff has begun work on their strategic planning, and regional sessions will be held this fall. We had breakout sessions that included discussion on annual meetings And it was neat to hear how several of them have done drive-throughs like we have. Some have gone back to more of a festival. There were a couple that have done that, but with the pandemic and everything going on, they've tried different things and it seems to work for the majority of them. Annual meeting is December 6th and 7th. And they did have a neat panel discussion. There were, I think, 6 new CEOs that have been hired in the last year. And they talked through, starting during the pandemic and some of the conflicts they had to go through to get through it. But it was a good panel discussion. That's all I have for that. Next meeting is in October. I don't have the specific date.
Okay.
All right. I know there were a few of you that attended training. Let's hear a couple positives from the training.
I finished my CCD live, and I was really wanted, because I just learned, everybody does, you just learn a lot from other directors from different companies, different RMCs through the state. I had all my notes typed out of everything I wanted to share, but then upon return, Brian had contacted Brett contacted legal, and half of them weren't correct that we were
So
told.
what's the deal? Right?
And the director was tested positive for COVID. We got the email on Monday. I didn't read the emails on Thursday, and I sat beside him at lunch. But I'm fine because it's been 3 weeks ago now. But so it wasn't the best. I did, though, real quick. Note to myself is to dissect, review, and question the agenda. And I have not really personally spent a lot of detail. I mean, the attachments I have, but the agenda itself, questions before meetings, the importance of strategic planning. Some of them were surprised that I've never been involved in any type of strategic planning event or
Even in you mean in
like in
RMC or?
like as far as the planning itself and creating that, and that should be 100% board responsibility. Decisions made by the board for the strategic planning. They reiterated the legal and consultants and CEO direct reports of the board. The other one, well, those were wrong. They said members could have a vote in amending the bylaws, not necessarily directors, but it was kind of a yes and no on that. And that the CEO should be considered an officer, should be considered an employee, not an officer of the RMC. And Aaron did conclude that that was correct too. There was a few things, but there were some other things that were, but all in all, the good information from other directors and what they're doing going forward. Broadband was a hot topic. And breaks.
While they're talking about it, they're talking about it, yeah.
So I attended both meetings. Was it Thursday, Friday, or Wednesday, Thursday?
Your Thursday, Friday, and I was.
Friday, yeah. Since it was both days, I didn't want to go up there 2 days in a row, so I did it virtually here. But sounds like it was a good thing I did it virtually. But yeah, she touched on a lot of things. I actually lost my notes from meeting before on Thursday, so. But yeah, there's a lot of issues he brought up that didn't sound right to me, and I did ask for it, and yeah, we got those resolved.
And we have that shared with all the directors, because I think we've all been through that class.
It was
We have the same guy though, Mike.
No,
It's brand new.
Yeah.
Well, not brand new, it was his first new to IEC.
The errors.
He said that if it's an 8 and 8 board, they said, well, then you have no problem. There can't be a tie. So we have a tie right now. I said, well, the chairman can't vote, which is wrong. That's what they told us.
Chairman, yeah, he acted like the chairman would never vote.
The chairman shouldn't vote. And then he also said that members should be the one changing the bylaws. And that was not correct either. There's a third one. There's a third one that he said that was.
The member.
I typed it up that it was correct.
Members could
go to a meeting,
the CEO if he was listed as an officer.
but the CEO had to be an employee.
Yeah, that was the other thing. Okay. But yeah, it was very interesting. There was a director there that's been on the board for 40 years, and he's just now taking this class. He's going off of the board next year. This is his last year, and he's just now he said he wanted to have something to show that he have his credential to prove that he.
It's interesting. Okay. Anybody else? Were you gonna mention anything? Your CEO. Oh, no, so I'm waiting on the slides. I did go to the CEO conference well, it was Thursday and Friday. There was some really good stuff that came out of that, but I don't have the slides. Okay. When they post it, I will let us out. Yeah, good. All right, I think we're getting closer, guys. Record conduct. So we've covered some of this thus far, and I cannot express my disappointment on what happened at the July board. I mean, I can express it, but I mean, it took me, I don't know, to a place where it's like, what's going on? And I've already covered it kind of in the previous section. No, I did not know for sure 2 people were going to be here. And Suzanne, yes, I knew you were not, but I still question why you couldn't attend. Because we have virtual options and we have phones and, you know, those can be done. So as a chairman, as the acting chair, you know, what am I thinking? There's a reason you're not here. All 4 of you. And I'm open for responses if anybody further that. I mean, no comments?
I made it really clear why I wasn't.
But you never got back to me either. You had told, listen, Clay, you told me that you didn't know what time your boys, I think they were, both of us were gonna show. And I asked you to get back to me and you never did.
There was nothing to get back with you about because I told you, I explained to you in an email that I was gonna be there all day Thursday.
Sure. There's
no time schedule on tell me when the judge was gonna, how fast these things go.
There's still, we have ways to do it.
Why couldn't we compromise though? If you knew 3 of us weren't gonna be here, why couldn't we?
No, 3, that's when we keep going back to that.
Requested the meeting to change because of my daughter's wedding.
And, okay, you know, as I said, I wasn't trying to play this difficult chairman. I really thought we had opportunities to still get things done. And we did. I mean, you know, it was another month that we waited because of not doing it back in July. You know, so anyway, my disappointment. Secondly,
I've got a question.
Sure.
I'm really curious, what was the reasoning for not taking it back to the next week?
The finance option, I thought it was going to take an extremely.
What was, I'm sorry. I didn't-
The special meeting.
No,
we had
special meeting. I'm talking about delaying it a week.
We did not have, everybody said they could do it. You mean the 29th? See, initially the suggestion was to move it a week. We're gonna move to the 29th. I never got buy-in from everybody.
I couldn't do it on the 29th.
Right,
Because I'm a chairman of the finance committee at church and I had a standing quarterly meeting.
That's fine.
Yes, I remember at the CEC meeting, when Aaron was here, there was something said. And then as I, you know, was working through some things, I said, there's no way we're gonna be able to get everything into this special board meeting or this, you know, change of the day of the board. So anyway.
And no offense, I'm looking, from a compromise standpoint, we've spent more time tonight. We could have done everything on the 28th, that whole special meeting and a regular meeting in as much or less time as what we've wrapped this one up tonight. That's the only reason I just felt like there wasn't no compromise from anybody. I was looking for, you know, there was a Katie on thing. You got
That's the wrong reason.
It's not a family function.
No, the wrong reason for 4 of you not to show. I'll make that very clear.
Now that's your opinion.
Yeah. So,
Look, Ryan, if you were in the same situation I was in or he was in, I'm Dale, I'm asking.
But I was in Jeff's situation and I was here because I had a son that got married Memorial Day weekend. And I didn't miss the meeting Thursday night.
You chose to do it.
Right, exactly, Clay. I chose, okay?
That's part of
That's my issue. I chose.
You laugh, I want to know what you're laughing.
So if you got a family function with your kids, I don't care what it is, you're gonna choose sitting here over doing that with your family.
Kids come.
I wanna find out.
Kids come first. You were
Everybody
elected,
stands.
you were elected by the membership.
I wanna know where everybody stands on how you're gonna handle. I don't care if it's faith or family or this sitting right here in this thing. Is everybody gonna handle this? So I know from now on what to expect. I'm new at this.
So I remember when Suzanne and Carl went through director orientation, and I think I mentioned it through your director orientation, that there is occasion in which we will modify the date of the board meeting. The prior, probably 7 years, we changed it once. And since the dynamics have changed, it seems like almost every other month, somebody's requesting it to make a change. Now, when this occurred last month, again, we've already gone through it. I'm not going to go back and go through everything there again, but I'll go back to the point that when you were elected, when you reviewed policy 1.2, policy 1.2 says board meeting is on the fourth Thursday